Hey guys, we're gonna go ahead and get started. How are you doing? Here's an empty seat. That was not, I didn't mean for that to be. Jeff, I think you just got here. But, hi! How is it going? What's up, not female? How you doing? How you living, Biggie Smalls? What? Thought I joined a ska band. Please, let's come on. Keep them coming. We gotta get, let's get all the jokes out. Let's get all the jokes out, because we need them. We definitely need them. I deserve them. So here's the deal. I have that hat for a gig, and I put it on my head, because I didn't want to carry it, because I was carrying a bunch of stuff up a bunch of escalators, because I was in a real fancy place. Because I go to real fancy places and wear stupid hats sometimes. It's not a stupid hat. I like that. I'm not a hat person. I'm not a hat or sunglasses person. I never feel like I could pull them off. I want to wear them because I'm like, they're cool. Hats, I think, are tough to pull off, man. Tough to pull off a hat. You gotta have like a big enough personality to out hat the hat. Sunglasses, a lot of people wear. I just feel like I can't do it. I would like to. I like when I get to wear sunglasses in like a thing because I'm like, cool. I get to look cool. But I just don't feel like I don't know. Hi, how you doing? Did you want to know about my my haberdashery related self-consciousnesses? What's up, masked hobo? Hello, senior cop. Hi, like Mr. Cop or old or elderly cop, like AARP cop, ARPO cop. Wear a ball cap. Oh, a hat like a cap is cool. I used to wear a hat all the time. Sunglasses, a lot of never thought about sunglasses would be tough to pull off. They're not. You just kind of got to like use both hands. What's up, Madeline? Mr. Cop. Got it. What's up, Totino Jones? That's a great name. Please make a pizza exploitation movie called Totino Jones. There's a Tetris Battle Royale. What does that mean? Wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? Use both hands. No, like, and it's weird for me to say that because millions of people wear sunglasses. And if I'm like, I just can't do it, like, whatever, people are like, wait, what's wrong with sunglasses? They're cool. And like, they just make you look cool. I just feel like, my problem really is I look so cool in sunglasses, like so cool, that like, I feel like people will be like, look at that dude, he thinks he looks cool. And it's a big problem. It's a big issue. No, it's not, because no one cares. Here's the thing about self-consciousness. No one really thinks about you as much as... No one thinks about you. Sorry. Not to... Like, no one cares. No one thinks enough about, about anything that you do. Not you, well, me, too. I'm like talking about everyone. No one thinks about it enough about what anyone else does. Everyone's just constantly self-involved. Or is it just me? Everyone looks cool in Wayfarers. Absolutely. Are Wayfarers, those are different from like aviator sunglasses. Wayfarers are those like the ones that have like, it's like the station wagon of sunglasses where it's like wood or brown on top and then classic Ray-Ban. Are they the Ray-Ban? Okay. Ray-Ban are, okay, yeah. Your mom cares. No, yeah, that came off the wrong way. It's supposed to be like a relieving thing. Like, no one thinks about you as much as you. Here's the thing. No one judges you. No one thinks enough about the things that you worry about. People thinking about you. Like, you're like, people think oh man, like, no one cares. Think risky business. Yeah, gotcha. Is that a nice save? Well, no, it's not a nice save because I didn't save it. I'm not like trying to backtrack. Well, backtracking implies that like you said what you meant, and then doesn't it imply you said what you meant and you're trying to cover it up? That's not what it is. I was really saying No, I mistakenly said, "Hey, there's a ghost."
Back here.
What's up, man? Yeah. He can come out now. Your punishment's up. How you doing? How's it going, dude?
I've been in a car for the past hour.
What the crap? Why? Oh, seriously? It took you an hour to get up here?
I left at 6:30. Yeah. And I
you ever
didn't
find out what
see
happened?
a single. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah.
Probably while I'm on
Let's
this stream,
Let's do it.
because I didn't see a wreck the entire time. Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hey, it's Yef. Sounds like Yef is there.
What are you guys playing?
Nothing.
You're just.
Yeah, we're just talking.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
This is like your confessional booth.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's like I don't like a lot of the other members in the house.
Yeah.
A lot of backstabbing going on.
Yeah, Steve really I don't know, man. When he said that,
Steve.
at sushi, everyone just got really bent out of shape, and I kind of get what he was saying, but I feel like you could have said it differently.
Chad keeps taking his shirt off.
Gosh, I want to just no, I don't, but I want to just make a fake, just to make the real world as a movie. Just do it, just replicate it, and then just be.
Oh, actually, that'd be a really as a narrative.
Yeah.
That would actually be.
Would it be good?
I think so.
See you guys later. We're gonna go.
Let's go make it.
We're gonna write something terrible. I'm not ruthless enough for Big Brother.
That's true.
I'm not British enough for Big Brother. That's what because isn't it in Britain?
Kelsey started watching a new show called Temptation Island.
Oh my gosh, that's not a new show. That was in 1998.
Oh yeah, okay, so that's right.
Isn't that
it's a
where,
remake of that.
Is that where they send couples and they're like, who's gonna cheat on who?
They send couples and they're like, you're gonna hang out with these singles on separate islands.
That's what it is.
And then you're gonna see who's strong enough,
so
and we're gonna
stupid.
videotape it and then show the other person. She showed me one 5-minute sequence where a boyfriend made out with a girl, and then they show it to the girlfriend at the rose ceremony, the luau,
whatever crap they do. Yeah.
and it was I could not stop laughing because they show it to her, and she's just watching it. She's him kiss him, and they're on her face, and you just see her life get destroyed. And it's hilarious.
It's like a mockumentary of the world, exactly. Which absolutely has been done in every single way. Every mockumentary is a joke. Is that? But that's terrible.
It's awful. It's really mean.
I mean, but
it's really mean.
Here's the thing, though.
It is I've never seen a show that was so mean-spirited.
I remember that. And it was I feel like it was 98 or 99 or whatever. It was several after Survivor.
That makes a lot of sense because 30 Rock did a whole spoof within a spoof on the show where she was producing a show called, I think it was called Fuck Island. And so when I saw it, I didn't realize that it was a remake or whatever. And I was just like, they took Island and made it real.
I don't know. I don't know which.
Well, no. So that makes total sense. Yeah.
The small bits are gonna be hilarious. It absolutely can. I mean, there's a whole gosh darn it! If you were an alien race and you came down and you were just I
think about that all the time.
If they just took all reality TV and were oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, hey. Hold on. Hey, hit the switch. Kill them all. Yeah. Every last one of them.
They probably just beeline out of there and be like, they're taking care of that themselves.
Sure,
they're on a downward trajectory.
They'll destroy themselves in faster and more twisted ways than we can ever devise. So, yeah. Gosh darn it, though. It
is so bad.
But here's the deal,
it blew my mind. So
it's like someone watched that monologue in Eyes Wide Shut, and they were but we could do better.
Yeah.
Let's actually have it.
And then we'll make them work for prizes.
Yeah.
Compete for prizes.
And it's the singles, right? And it's
Mad
Max. They're driving motorcycles off a ramp.
Yeah, dune buggies.
Yeah, we're having fun. And it's
there's not cheating if you're on a jet ski.
That's right. And there's always some girl with blonde braids for some reason. Blonde.
I'm just having fun.
Blonde cornrows.
I'm just having fun.
Yeah.
It's not cheating.
Yeah.
If you're you've got braids.
I got a Hulu subscription just for you to rewatch Jersey Shore.
Oh, see, I
never saw that, but
I am oddly fascinated by it because Kelsey loves her trashy reality TV.
I love that she loves it.
I know, it's so bizarre to me.
No, it's great.
And I get it, because we do watch The Bachelor together, which, there's a confession I just made. And it's so fun to watch something and be as judgmental as possible.
Oh, sure.
And just feel, you feel so okay with being like, big forehead, big forehead right there. She's not gonna win.
Yeah.
And you're just like, and then you're
it just takes that hole inside you and it like fills it with blackness.
Fills it with darkness.
Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. And you're like, well, I don't have to think about myself. It's good. I wonder though, yeah, no, it's good, man. It's good. Nah, just watch.
Like I gotta put my hair down because of my big forehead.
Hey man, you're good. Look at this.
Hey, look.
All
right.
Look.
This is what we're dealing with.
Look at this. But you know why?
Put this on a t-shirt.
Because we're smart. We got real big brains. But you could land a jet on my forehead.
Multitask.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. So, but here's the thing, because we should talk about Temptation Island more. But like, do you like? I mean, don't you? They're like not. They're like a couple actors who they're just couples of actors who got together and were like, let's go on this thing, right?
So you would think that because it's like, who's gonna go on that show willingly to just destroy their relationship? Because that's what the show is.
Is it just a bunch of confessionals of like very sweet people going like, we just think our love is so strong.
I don't know.
Can't be tested.
I only saw the luau.
I only saw the pig roast where they kill the beast.
But I'm gonna tell you this because I thought that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I was like, it's got to be super scripted,
Yeah.
and it probably is. But I'll tell you one thing: when that girl watched that guy kiss that, and you saw, it was like in The Simpsons where he's like, let's just go back and pinpoint right when his heart breaks in half, and I laughed I made her rewind it because I just thought it was so. I was just like, she willingly.
Well, that's it. Gosh,
because I was like, what's her backstory? And she's like, she came on the show. It was her idea. He didn't even want to do it.
Yeah.
I was like, well, there you go.
Yeah.
It's great.
And then like, the guy certainly is like sitting right next to her.
I think they're on separate. So they're on separate islands, and then they watch videos on a screen. Of what each other is doing, and they have zero contact with each other.
See, I really do want to watch like a stupid movie that like takes that, like a Running Man version of that movie, where it's like,
that would be great.
Yeah, see, well, you know, George made out with Estefania.
No,
you watched it happen, and she's like, well, I'm gonna go bump dicks with Javier. Sorry.
And that's honestly, I think, what happened, because she was...
Because that's what she goes and does. And then they go, oh, but the twist, it was a hologram. And then she goes, oh, I'm pregnant. And they go, Temptation Island. See you later.
Wednesdays at 6 p.m.
Yep.
So,
yes,
let's watch...
Speaking of infidelity...
Let's talk about this really... Boom. Brought it in.
Yeah, isn't that nice? You'd watch that. I'd watch that.
It is an interesting... I guess that does kind of segue, because watching this, I haven't seen it in a couple of years, and I love it. I think it's... I told Tim, I think this might be a top 10 of all time for me. Like, it just wrecks me every time. But I think why I like it so much is, like, she isn't very likable, all things considered.
Yeah.
She's very likable... Just her actions aren't likable in terms of like how she judges the Cameron Diaz character.
Yes,
and he calls her on. He's like, why you gotta be so mean and stuff?
Yes.
And he's not wrong.
No.
He's got his own issues, but...
Thank you so much, Rip Troggy! There's 4 months of unbelievable support. Thank you so much, my friend. Lots and lots of love.
Michael Straczynski was a writer on Jace and the Wheeled Warriors.
Not many people know that. And you know, I think I had heard that. J. Michael Straczynski being a very, very respected comics writer. Did he also do? Am I thinking of the right guy? I'm not. He didn't create Deep Space Nine. Thank you, Rip.
I've been watching Next Generation a lot.
Oh yeah,
it's great.
You big Trekkie now?
Kinda.
Cool.
I watch it like I've been watching it since I started watching it on New Year's Eve. That's how I spend my time.
Good.
And I haven't stopped. It's just a fun way to wind down. It's really corny. Like, especially the first two seasons.
Yeah.
Well, Next Generation with Patrick Stewart.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I thought they were like or he's on another Star Trek now or something.
Oh, is he?
I think.
Because I mean,
they brought him back
so
as Picard on another.
Oh,
I think so.
I'd watch that.
I know.
He's
great. So would I. Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's fantastic. How about that Deanna Troi? Oh yeah, Counselor Deanna Troi. Isn't she? No. And Wesley Crusher, and other Crusher, his mom. right?
Yeah.
I don't remember. That's all I know.
I want to watch Babylon 5 too.
Oh, Babylon 5.
Babylon
You created
5.
Babylon 5. Thank you, not Deep Space Nine.
Babylon 5
Beverly
is its
Crusher,
own
yeah.
thing.
Susie Crusher. Yes. Oh yeah, like you thought.
Is it like Star Trek? Is it like on a ship or is Babylon
yeah, it's on
a ship?
a ship. It was like one of those, like, you know, because there's like Star Trek and then there's like Battlestar Galactica, which also is like
I saw the first
very,
two seasons.
very, very, very old.
Did you see Battlestar?
No, with like Edward James Olmos
Yeah.
and Mary McDonnell.
really good.
Yeah, great cast. Anything
Yeah.
with Mary McDonnell, I'm in.
Who's she?
Yeah.
You're naming all these people I don't know.
She's in Battlestar Galactica. She's got she's in Dances with Wolves. She is.
Never seen.
Oh man. Oh, sorry. That was a sigh of judgment. I apologize. A sigh of judgment. I had an inhalation, and it was just a little bit of judgment.
You know they just came out with a 40-minute extended version of Waterworld on Blu-ray because that's what people want.
Wait a second.
That's what people
Extended
are
by
they're
40
clamoring for it.
Yeah. Extended by 40 minutes, not cut down to 40 minutes.
No. Oh, is that what I said?
No. You said no. I'm making it. You said a 40-minute extended version, and I was like, yeah, or like someone was like, no, it's extended to 40 minutes. It was initially 35.
He's a fish.
Yeah.
He writes this.
Boom.
And
That's all
this.
you want. Look, we play. They jump on a jet ski off a ramp, and we play. What the heck is it? Like down.
And he literally lands. He lands in Six Flags.
Yeah. And they go, welcome to the Westward, the Waterworld Epic Stunt Spectacular.
I like Waterworld.
Yeah, it's great. It's totally.
It's a great movie. So
Waterworld is solid.
I want to. I'm gonna get it.
And Balak! Bless you! Bless you. Yeah, you got it. Serial Mom, baby. You ever seen Serial Mom?
No.
You ever heard of Serial Mom?
Is that wait, hold on. The very husky voiced woman.
Yes.
What's her name?
Jessica Rabbit. I mean, Kathleen Turner.
Yeah,
Same.
Kathleen Turner. Yeah,
Yes. Same. Did you know that the singing voice of Jessica Rabbit is someone I can't think of now? Amy Irving? Am I making that up? Was someone look up?
Really?
Yeah, I think.
Spielberg's wife?
I thought so.
Wow.
Maybe I'm totally wrong. Great practical effects, absolutely, which I think led to the Universal epic. I'm saying epic stunt spectacular, which is the Indiana Jones show. They had a Waterworld and they still have it. We went to Universal Studios maybe 4 years ago, and
It's awesome.
They still have the Waterworld.
It's awesome.
Yeah, you went to it?
When I was a kid.
Yeah.
There's
like fire on the water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I like watching
he
it.
literally
I've
does the
seen
jet
this
ski
before.
or no, the plane. The
they bring the
plane comes through the wall.
Yes.
Awesome.
True, absolutely. Last time you saw Waterworld, you did think, what's this movie missing? What this movie is missing is another hour and more gills. Great practical effects in Waterworld 2, and made Waterworld today would be a CGI fest, definitely, as is true with literally everything.
I want
says
that.
Amy Irving, rock and roll.
I want that entire extra hour to be about that guy who lives at the bottom of the well. And he's
I don't remember
He's like,
why-
oh, thank God. You remember he flicks the cigarette into the bottom?
That sounds really mean.
Oh, it's like my favorite part of the movie.
That's great.
He's a guy who lives in the bottom of an oil well type thing.
Oh.
And he's like real scrawny and gross looking, wears these goggles.
Oh, that's awesome.
great.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
sounds
it's cool.
vaguely. Yeah. That Batman stunt show at Astro World in Houston. That sounds vaguely familiar as well. Was it bad? Seems like it would be bad. Oil tank. Yeah. Was that his name? Was it bad or was it good? Because the stunt shows I've seen the Indiana Jones epic stunt.
Yeah, I've seen that.
which is quite good. I've seen the Waterworld. It's
quite good.
This is what filmography is about now. Stunt. The Waterworld live show is quite good. I do remember seeing the Terminator 2 3D extravaganza.
Oh, wow, is that cool?
That was like I was
Is that like a Waterworld thing too, where you're in like an auditorium type?
You're in
thing?
an indoor thing,
Okay.
and there's kind of models moving and stuff, and then it's also like 3D, and it's like pew 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 pew, and like an endoskeleton walks off.
Oh, is that the one where they like
Pew, and it's like
Cameron actually filmed
Oh, maybe
new shit for it?
maybe,
Yeah, with Arnold. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And then they have
I never saw it. I always wanted to see it. It looked cool.
and they do a lot of things where they show a scene, and it's like Eddie Furlong, and he's like, oh, what are we gonna do?
Yeah.
No.
Shoot heroin?
Yeah. Oh no. Does he have a heroin addiction?
Oh, for a long time. I thought.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Are you just assuming that because of the way he looks?
No.
Okay.
Because that would be mean.
It's just really too bad. I didn't ask to do Discord. Oh, thank you, Emelec. Thank you. But it's like a thing where he's like, if you really want to cheese him off. Sorry, I just really want to
Cheese him off,
stupid. He'd say, hasta la vista, baby. No one says that ever. Nobody, John.
Also, you're 10 years older now.
Gosh darn it, John. No one says hasta la vista, baby. You're gonna lead an army. You suck. You just suck. That kid.
He's like, but that's my thing.
Yeah.
That's like what I'm gonna do.
No, you really. Oh, he says you really want to shine him on. You say,
Shine him on.
And you're like, wait, hold on. Shine him on. Did you step out of a Norman Rockwell painting and then make up? What are you talking about? You don't say hasta la vista, baby. I was saying boo earns. I was saying boo earns. Excellent.
And then he just calls you Todd. He's like, whatever, Todd. I love the way he said that in the movie.
Yeah.
He says it out of a. He like opens his mouth and he goes, whatever. Or you're not my dad.
Yeah, maybe.
You're not my dad. You're not my real dad. Tad.
Yeah. Shut up, Xander Berkeley.
I've always wanted to go for Halloween as the redhead, his best friend, redhead
Oh
kid.
yeah, from Salute Your Shorts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to go as him for Halloween
Budnick,
and not say who I am to anyone. And if I meet one person who knows, I'm like, cool. Well,
Just
we
like-
have to hang out for the rest of our life.
Yeah, just wait for someone to ask you where someone is and go, oh, I think I saw him. He's like, oh, no, I've never seen him. And then just like look over your shoulder. That's it. Oh, sorry.
Hey, John, there's this cop looking for you, man.
He's scoping for you. I think
Scoping for what are these
I don't know.
terms? He's scoping for. I think he's trying to shine you on. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know. Some 45-year-old wrote this for me. I don't understand. God, it's like this writer's room of like dads who were like, these are like things that like didn't catch on that I tried to make catch on. Like we're
These are just things James Cameron
is
is just like, I want him to say shine on. All right, he's gonna shine it on. It's like, Jim, no one talks like that.
The thing is, it's so perfect though, because like Eddie Furlong. I'm not trying to trash Eddie Furlong. I am doing a really good job of it without trying to. And it's
do you think he's annoying? And that's a common criticism. Yeah, it's a common criticism. I like him.
So he, eventually, yes, he's great.
I like him as an actor.
Pecker? I've not seen Pecker. This is the only other thing I could possibly think of. He's in The Crow. He's like in the third direct-to-video Crow, which I've never seen.
City of
Deliverance?
Or
I don't know. City of Angels is the second one.
oh, okay.
The third one.
Who's in the second one? Not Brandon Lee.
Okay.
We're getting dark.
I think it's Jason Scott Lee.
His
Am I
son?
making that up? No. No, I don't think so.
Who's Jason Scott Lee? Not Jason Lee.
Jason Scott Lee.
The kid is back on the
Not Jason
escalator.
Scott Lee. Salvation. That kid is back on the escalator again. His best work was in the Aerosmith Living on the Edge. Oh. He's kind of like the male Alicia Silverstone.
Another common criticism he gets.
It's like, I can't shake it. I can't. Sorry. My Eddie Furlong impression is based on...
Oh, American History X. Fuck
Oh,
yeah. That's
yes.
his best role.
Yes.
He's amazing in that.
He's very good in that. He's good in Terminator, man. They just give him this weird stuff to say, and he's like, yeah, I'm 10, bro.
Yeah.
And like, and it's,
he does that hair flip thing a lot, which
yeah.
is not helping him.
And he's like, it's like they were like, okay, like we want Ryder strong, but like push it like edgier. Like push it. He's like,
I met Ryder Strong at South by.
Oh, you said this.
And he was very nice.
Oh, that's very good.
And I kind of freaked him out because we kept when we were seeing a movie that he was in, and he walked into the theater, and we were in line, and we saw him. We go, Sean, we love you, Ryder, Sean. And he was so confused that someone recognized him that he looked over. And we were like, Ryder! And he was like this. He was
Mr.
like,
Strong!
He was like,
yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
He was like, hey.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, he probably was confused to hear like
Two names?
deep, bassy male voices screaming Ryder Strong.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I feel like, or Detroit Rock City, I feel like he was alright in that. I can't remember it.
Oh, yeah.
Crow 3 has Kirsten Dunst. That's crazy. She's in a Crow movie. And Eric Mabius. So number 2 is City of Angels. Is there Eddie Furlong? Oh, Salvation. Maybe that's like a further one.
I thought the third one was the one they keep trying to make, and it hasn't happened. But I am not well versed in my
Crow.
My Crow.
Crowology. When I was, we were like 11 when T2 came out. Same. I thought John's hair was badass. He was.
Yeah.
He was. Like
he was badass.
It's like they just like again. Swear Twitch is broke, keeps giving you resubs. Nah, like they talked about that. It's like this weird. 1 and 2 Crow are decent. 3 is like a train wreck. Which one? Who's in City of Angels? Gosh darn it.
Here, I'm on it.
Thanks so much, Skin Man Jim. Yeah, I know, man. They're giving like several. I don't know what's going on. You want to see Kiss? Get up there and shake your wee wee. Wait, I have seen Detroit Rock City, but do not remember it clearly because I would definitely remember that.
So Crow City of Angels is 96, so that would line not up. He'd be too young.
Yeah, I think he's like in like a 3rd or 4th one.
I see where
Vincent
Twitch's program
Perez.
keeps giving me RES.
Who's Jason Scott Lee? I think he's the guy in like the live-action Jungle Book.
That's
The
not
first
Crow, is it?
live-action Jungle Book.
Maybe he's the villain.
That's him.
Hold on.
Vincent Perez is in City of Angels.
Yeah, Vincent Perez.
Okay. Thank
There
you
you
for
go.
Unkuzuspinusu. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for those bits, my friend. Was it Jason Scott Lee in the Bruce Lee movie? That's maybe who I'm thinking of. And I'm just... Yes, you're right. It's already a live-action Jungle Book. Yeah. Like, there was like a Jungle Book where Mowgli was like grown up.
Edward Furlong was in The Crow Wicked Prayer.
There we go.
And he looked like this.
Yep. Speaking of Detroit Rock City.
Oof.
You can't... Oh, is that Tara Reid?
Is it?
And Shia LaBeouf? Who's the other person?
No, that's David Boreanaz.
Oh!
They were like, let's get Angel
Interesting. In this. I mean, that fits. I don't know anything about The Crow. It was
I
like
don't know
a...
anything.
Yeah, it was like a... Did you see the first one?
Yeah, I've seen the first one.
Is it good?
It's decent.
I remember seeing...
I can understand at the time why it became the thing that it did. It got the following that it did.
Yeah. Hi, big oof. Why don't you sing anymore? Oh, sorry. You're right. You're
Hey,
right.
you know what? Give him a show.
Wait.
Where's your guitar?
I don't know where my guitar is.
Oh, I think I
Take it
brought
for
it
the
downstairs. Because I sang to my wife on her birthday.
Aww.
No, and then we're going on Temptation Island, so it's gonna be real. It's gonna be real interesting.
What'd you sing to her?
I'm not gonna tell you. It's none of your fucking business.
Was it a personal song?
It was a.
So did you write something?
Crew. Yeah. No, it was
An acoustic version of a Boys to Men.
Yes. Sorry for cursing, guys. I thought it would be funnier. That's why I curse sometimes, because I think it's funny. Also, because
maximum effect.
Also, yes, and sometimes I'm consumed by rage. Consumed. The Crow is one of those classic '90s movie soundtracks. I believe I had the soundtrack to the City of Angels because the City of Angels one because in.
Did you have the soundtrack to the Crow City of Angels or City of Angels with Goo Goo Dolls?
Now that would have been
because that was a massive soundtrack.
Yeah.
Cause I can't me,
and I don't think that they'd understand.
This is what you sang to her.
No. Oh man!
Doesn't matter in my brain. That's exactly what you sang to her.
Well, that's better. It's probably better. And I was like on like. Oh no, I'm thinking of.
That's In Sync.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking of. Well, I was thinking of Closer, where like Trent Reznor is like being.
Oh yeah.
That's not the same song at all.
That's not even in the same ballpark.
Not at all.
Or the same universe. I would love to see that music video with that song.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one where they're like. Thank you so much, it's Madam. Lots and lots and lots. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Yeah. I wanna feel you from time.
Aren't they in like a
that
clock
monkey
tower?
And you're like, what's happening to that monkey?
Yeah, he's being crucified.
Oh, that's right.
I love that video. It's a Mark Romanek video.
Oh. Well, how? Who's your... What is your favorite Mel Brooks film, Lobro? Spaceballs. Just because it's the one that I grew up seeing the most.
Hot take. I don't really like Spaceballs.
Okay.
Spaceballs was the reason I got sent to the principal's office for the first and only time.
What'd you do?
I killed someone with a copy of Spaceballs.
No, you killed him with the novelization
It took a long
of it. Smacked him over the head.
We ain't found you. Yeah, that's great. That's really fantastic. Is there a decent amount of static noise for anyone else? Yes, because there's a lot of noise music. And it's not supposed to be going on right now.
By the way, I started playing. I got that remake of Resident Evil 2.
Oh, I've heard that's fantastic.
Fucking, it's so fantastic.
Yeah, gosh darn it.
Really.
You're doing a really good job of keeping up with everything, and I'm not. And I
get
kind
the
of
ones
play
that
video games kind of for a kind of living. Not really.
But then,
I don't
for
play
me,
them.
I can just enjoy it for like I play it when I want to play it, and then I put it away when I don't. Like I'm gonna step away. Like it's intense.
Yeah.
And I loved the original. That was a big one for me growing up, and I loved that. I mean, it is stunning. Like it's remade from the ground up. It's stunning to look at. It's just like it's one of the prettiest games I've ever seen. But I love that they didn't really mess with the story or the characters or anything. Like most games now are like impressively nuanced.
Yeah.
This one's a little more stock and rigid. You know, the dialogue's super stilted, and it's all there, and it's great. Because it's still 90s. He's got the 90s haircut.
Sounds very Crow City of Angels kind of like.
It is.
I feel like starting to look at stares at Leon. Oh, he's a good-looking fella. He's a nice hunk of human meat.
Yeah.
It's weird.
I played his arc first, and then I'm gonna go back and play.
Lydia.
Is it Lydia?
I don't know.
It's Claire.
Susan.
Claire.
Yeah,
he does have a John Connor haircut.
Does it? Yes, he does. I have seen that. I've seen videos of. I just remember trying to play that game. I think that's the one that I played because my brother had rented it or something somehow, and I don't know. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll play this because he was playing it. And I just remember not being able to like stand. Like I'd be like, oh, it's a zombie.
The fixed cameras. Yeah. I heard there's a version that
and I was like, I'm gonna die. I can't move.
But that's kind of how they made it look, I guess, as cool as it was, because it was all fixed angles and stuff, so they could
fixed
just
camera sucks,
pre-render them. But I guess you can, because it's 3D. I mean, it's a whatever the normal camera system of these days is, but you can do the fixed camera version in the remake, apparently.
That's pretty great.
Yeah, that's cool.
I saw some zombie scoping for you, Claire. That's great. Edward Furlong. I think he's. Like, he's got this little whiny voice or whatever, which, like, but again, like, I didn't care about that when I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean,
it's only in
I thought he was cool.
Yeah, and like...
He had that thing that could plug in the ATM.
Yeah,
I was
that
like,
thing
that's
that you
awesome.
want, he's like, easy money. Yeah, it's just like, Mm-hmm. Hacking in the 90s was a piece of cake.
Oh, real piece of cake.
My gosh, all you had to do was have, like, the right haircut. And then just...
and a dirt bike.
And then just be, like, the right... Yeah.
You're like, I got $400 to go play Afterburner.
Oh, man.
There's this cop scoping for you.
Have you seen this boy? Gosh, there's just not a... Like,
no, it's the perfect action movie. It's that and Die Hard. Those are the two.
I don't know that there's a cooler... There's not a cooler villain in all of...
No, he crushes it.
It's just, it's just great. Like, he's probably my favorite movie.
He's a fantastic actor.
My favorite movie monster.
Yeah.
I mean, like, hey.
Yeah. I think we both have action figures of him.
Yep.
I
do now.
Is he up there? Bring him down.
What's up, Divine? Oh, yeah!
Oh, yeah. You got the real cool one.
Yeah. My brother got it for me.
Is this a NECA?
It's a NECA,
NECA.
I don't know.
Oh,
Description? Has Jeff seen Robert Patrick in The Sopranos? I have not.
So I was just going to mention that. So I just finished season 3. He's in season 2, and
I love Robert Patrick.
He's fantastic.
Yeah, he's great actor.
And he plays a gambling addict in Sopranos, and he's just fantastic.
Divine! Thank you so much for the 0 months of support. The 23 months of support.
Greetings
Disregard what
from
Lobrobot is saying.
North Carolina.
Greetings from Clemens, North Carolina. Huh! What's up? What's up? Are you building furniture there? What's going on? That's awesome.
I love North Carolina.
North Carolina's great. Oh, so he actually like builds custom furniture. It's not like I wasn't trying to like...
You're just assuming that everybody from North Carolina is super handy and really artistic and knows how to build furniture.
Yeah, there, Jeremiah Johnson. That takes place
with
in Wyoming or something.
The best gif ever of just
yeah. It's great. It's really great. T-1000 is the scariest. It's fantastic. Perfect buddy movie. You know I've never seen Midnight Run. I've never seen it. That is Charles Grodin and Robert De Niro, and I have no idea how that works. I would love to see that. Your brother Kevin moved here. You're visiting this week. Oh, nice. Rock and roll, man.
Cool.
Have you ever seen The Postman?
Yes.
It was one that kind of got buried after Waterworld.
I've seen it in chunks when I was my best friend when I was a kid. His dad he loved Kevin Costner. It's kind of why I have a weird fascination with Waterworld, because it was always playing over there. And he had a big screen TV, and so I always go over there and be like, "Whoa, you're watching Waterworld on like a big screen TV. That's cool." And then he would always be playing The Postman, and I would just catch glimpses of it. And I always thought it looked awesome.
I really want to watch it. Divine, it's his favorite movie, and he
cool.
very, very kindly, for my birthday, I can't even remember, just sent me his Blu-ray copy of The Postman.
Oh, awesome.
Which is like what a kind thing to do.
That is a very kind thing to do.
So I need to watch it. Oh, the free Resident Evil 2 DLC is out, but free! Gosh darn it.
Ooh.
How much is the original? It's like $60, like a normal game, right? Yeah, man.
Is it free only this week, or is it just came out? I'll get it when I get home.
Yeah. You're like,
whatever.
Give me this. We're not talking about the movie yet. Let's just. Remember we were going to talk about a movie today? We talked about a lot. Free ever. Nice. Nice. It's free DLC forever. Well, that's great. What a great.
My stocking. Yeah. All right. Let's get into it. That's a great way to get into it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's talk about
I really love this movie.
Hoi!
I forgot how much I love this movie.
Wait,
that's one of my favorite moments in the entire movie.
Here, you can kind of like if you push your chair up and like push forward, you can take his place, and she can be laying on your. Oh no, man, no, dude, she's 17. It's true, she was 17 years old. You know that?
Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
But in the movie, she's playing a 24-year-old.
Yeah.
I do know that.
Yeah.
So. Game on.
There we go. Temptation Island. Oh my gosh, what's going on? Time to get hemo. Yeah.
I looked it up because I knew she was like 18, 17,
That
18.
blew my mind. I was like, she was 17 years old.
She's so fantastic in it. And I looked it up because I was like, how creepy is this? And then I looked, I was like, oh, she's supposed to be in her mid-20s. And I was like, okay, that's fine. That's palatable.
But the actual actress is 17.
Yeah.
Which is weirder. Jeff saying, I also forgot how flawless the two leads are. The acting is so good, subtle and real.
Yeah.
I can't believe they gave the Oscar to Sean.
I was telling him on the phone, like,
Oh, we're talking about this movie.
Yeah.
So I was like, what movie?
It's one of the best performances. It's his best performance of his career. Yeah. And it's one of the most impressive things I've just ever seen, because what he does, no one else can do. Because it's Bill Murray, but it's Bill Murray in a way you've never seen him before, or really since, even though he did a lot more serious stuff after this.
Of this
but this is just so, it hit it so perfectly, and it's so sad, and yet funny, and just very real the entire time. Yeah. And that ending just shatters me every single time.
Yeah, let's hop in. Well, let's read this, and then we'll just read a synopsis to just get it to kick us off here. I have a brag about this film, says Jetty. When I was in Japan, I traveled several hours to the city where the hotel is, and went up to the top floor just like in the movie, and got a drink at the bar. It was a cappuccino martini. It was $20, but the view was incredible. Yeah, the Park
That's
Hyatt.
amazing.
It's freaking awesome, man.
That's amazing.
Coppola when she directed. She's 47 now, I think. Now that's really old. For what is she 47? She's not that old at this point. I'm not saying 47 is old. I'm saying I overshot. Oh, by the way,
because this 2004.
This is 2003.
2003.
Hey, hold on. I don't want to derail things, but did you see that?
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about.
Let's bring that up at the end.
Yep.
It's going to derail us.
Whoa.
He showed me. No, I won't even say.
No.
We'll come back to it.
Murray, St. Vincent. I never saw St. Vincent.
I never saw that either.
Yeah. Kind of character favorite one that you would love to play in a movie? Oh, something like this. Yeah. I'll just say that to be quick. Let's get to that real quick. Let's get to that in a second. Can you hold that question possibly? Sorry. Because Charlie Brown. Oh, no. Oh, man. The guy who played Charlie Brown. St. Vincent was great. Really? Isn't that also a band? I mean, I know that's also a band. I don't know why there is a band and a movie called St. Vincent.
Lost in translation.
Thank you very much.
That's the movie we're doing.
I'm dialed right in. You brought up Edward Furlong. That's all I can think of.
That's so cool that you got to visit that hotel, because She wrote the script around this hotel because it was her favorite hotel to visit whenever she would be in Japan.
Right.
And she would go there often because her dad is Francis Ford Coppola, so she got to visit that place a lot. And she said that she just loved how quiet the hotel was. which I felt like that's one of my favorite things about this movie. Whenever I talk about it to other people, I'm like, you can hear the room tone in this movie a lot. And it's fantastic. Like, you can hear the air conditioner, like, muffled coming through the walls. And it's just so cool.
What's your relation to Nick Cage?
Nick Cage is
his nephew?
Nephew, or...
So she's cousins?
I guess so.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Jason Schwartzman, let's get all this. Let's get this.
It's so
family
weird,
tree.
yeah.
Jason Schwartzman is Talia Shire's kid.
Okay.
Talia Shire being...
Oh, I didn't realize that he was Talia Shire's. Okay.
I believe so. Yeah.
And then there's Talia Shire.
Talia Shire is his sister. Sister?
Yes.
Sister. There's Roman Coppola, who was like unit director on this, but also has directed on his own. And he's I think, also... Oh, and then there's like Robert Schwartzman, who's Jason Schwartzman's brother, who is a cinematographer.
Wow.
There's Nicolas Cage. There is...
Like, what if you don't want to do filmmaking?
Carmine is dead. Yeah, I don't know. You go into what you wine pressing.
Yeah, you got two options.
Yeah. Can you imagine there's a Coppola who's just like, I just want to be a dentist.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, you make movies.
You're gonna make a movie about a dentist.
Yeah, that's
it's gonna be the greatest movie of all time.
He's like, Dad, I just want to do something stable and normal that makes me a lot of money and it's really sensible. And he's like, no son of mine will be an accountant.
Yeah.
You go make personal films in some part of Asia.
And if you want something steady, you get into serialized television.
There you go. Nick Cage also used to own Action Comics #1. Yes. He also owns like a graveyard in New Orleans or something, or like a castle or a church or something. Props to Nick Cage for changing his name. Yep. So he can make it on his own. A lot of talented fruit on that family tree. Agreed.
Sure.
Marilyn Manson is Nick Cage's alter ego. Huh.
Oh, and his dad, Carmine,
is the
composer for The Godfather.
Yep.
He came up with the Godfather theme. Mm-hmm. Get out of here.
I know.
Read the synopsis.
The first one was like, Godfather, what you gonna do about the Godfather? He's the head of the family. And he's like,
son, what do you want?
Dad.
I'm not a composer. You were forcing this on me. I'm a dentist.
Didn't take him very long either. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know. That song's barely recognizable. I wish he had I hope he pitched
That's
it like
Deliverance.
Yeah. Okay, here it is. Lost in Translation, 2003. 1 hour and 42 minutes. Rated R, by the way.
For what?
Getting away with that one. They go to a nudie club.
That's right.
I don't even know there's really a lot of language.
Not really.
But
I'm just for that nudie club scene.
I'm just so cool that I don't even notice language anymore. I just watch movies and I'm like, I don't even care, man.
Yeah.
No, I'm totally allowed to watch this.
I don't see language.
Hey, Mom! Yeah.
I don't see language. I don't see boobs. I don't see... It's just... Everything's G to me.
Super cool. A faded movie star and a neglected young woman form an unlikely bond after crossing paths in Tokyo. That's the entire movie.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That is all it is. That's what imagine he says when people ask him about the Godfather thing. There are some BBs back when movies were casually rated R. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean? Yes. What do you mean, though? Oh, like when... What do you mean? Like when they weren't like, oh, we got that hard R. That Peaches song at the strip club. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was just like, I don't care about curse words. And I was like, I will not sing that song. Because, my goodness, I will be arrested.
Did you like it?
Yes. I definitely like this movie. I'll say, the movie started, and 3 seconds in, it was like, first I was like, I did not remember that this started with Scarlett Johansson's, now I know 17-year-old, literal entire ass crack through a sheer pair of pink panties, waist down, on a bed, and I'm like,
apparently,
go ahead.
Well, apparently Sofia Coppola directed that entire scene in the same underwear, so she would feel comfortable.
I heard that, and then I read a thing where where Scarlett Johansson said that wasn't true.
Oh.
But that's like way less interesting, right?
Yeah. Let's go with the lie.
Sure. Because Scarlett was like, I'll wear them, but I don't want them to be sheer. And I'm like, I understand that.
Sure.
Also, I still, I get, so I was like, because it starts with that, and then it goes like, lost in translation. And there's some music, and I was like, and like 3 seconds in, I was like, oh, is this going to be dated? It feels a little dated to me.
Why?
Because of the music, and because of the, it just seemed, there was some way, just the way that the titles appeared. Yeah, man.
I honestly, that's the dumbest thing ever. No, honestly, I love it has nothing to do with the image. I love. It's so weird that you pointed out those titles and how they appeared because I love how those titles and I love that they're very faded. They almost blend in with the muteness of the background and like the pastel, like muted pastel colors and everything. And it's like real grainy and stuff. And I love it. It's like one of my favorite opening title cards.
Interesting.
Ever. So that's really weird that you pointed out specifically the title cards because I love how they just go and there's no music. It just goes.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. It seemed of a particular time to me. It seemed like
it's interesting.
Like it doesn't seem
of what time?
That time. like
when it came out.
Oh, it's July 14th, 2003. No, I mean it just seemed like, and that's what I was kind of going like, oh, like, I was wondering if, and I'm interested to watch like, I think Punch Drunk Love is a little more like kind of impressionistic and stuff. I was wondering if like I was like sat down and I was like 2003 and I was like 2003 was yesterday. Yeah. 2003 was not yesterday. It was 16 effing years ago. That's crazy. That's a human being. That is a human being almost old enough to have a.
That's a human being who can drive.
It's a human being who nearly of age to have a like will they won't they love scene with Bill Murray.
It's one. Yeah. Oh wow, that's crazy.
Like that was definitely a post 9/11, but okay. I don't even know what that means.
Nope. But it's funny.
It was Bill Murray on set wearing the underwear. I hope so. That's a fantastic way to open the film. How do you feel about the controversy on the new Shaft coming out? A lot of people are complaining it seems too comedy oriented.
Who's the new Shaft?
Yeah, I've not heard of anything about the new Shaft.
Is it Denzel's son? I feel like that's like the one guy who could pull it off. Unless they just get Sammy J again.
What's up, Toronto?
Let's go back to the shot though, because the thing is like I still to this day, even after reading up on it, reading a lot about it, I can't really figure out what she's trying to say with it.
That's what I was like, oh,
because it's not about female, feminine. That's not like the main focal point of the movie.
It's not about.
It's not really about that at all.
Objectification or making a statement about objectification. I don't know now, and it's based on like a painter's image,
right?
Like there's this painter that I can't remember the name of him, but like she liked the image. He paints apparently.
And I mean, I read that, and that's I mean, if that's her
fine, but I'm like
cool.
Yeah,
I mean, it works for me, but I was just like, there doesn't seem to be much of a correlation.
I just did not recall that at all, and it threw me. I was like, that doesn't seem to be the entree to the movie that I remembered.
Yeah. It almost feels like something you do like when you're making your first movie and you're like, well, I got to catch them within the first frame so they don't turn it off as a screener. Like, it seems like that type of mentality, but I'm like, you're Sofia Coppola, you already made Virgin Suicides. And I know it's not that, and I know it was from a painting, and it's very...
But, like, I don't know why it was from a painting, because it doesn't matter. Like, to me, it doesn't honestly,
I think it just inspired her. She's like, I think she even said, she's just like, I don't... She didn't even have a very specific narrative reason for doing it. She just said the feeling of it was right.
And Madeline, I agree with that in terms of, like, the rest of the movie, because I think pretty much every shot she's in, she's not outside, she does not have pants on. Which women do, right? Absolutely. And I totally agree with you. But just the way it was framed, which I guess, like, I mean, I don't know, unless that's the point, unless she's kind of like...
It's just, the only reason, it's the first image, it's literally cropped on her butt, because what's interesting is that they do get that across throughout subsequent scenes where she is hanging out in the hotel room in her underwear.
But they're like
and I'm like,
wide
oh,
shots.
what
Yeah,
and I'm like, oh, what a real thing.
Totally.
Because that is what you do when
Totally.
you're just in a hotel room. You're just walking around in your underwear, blah, blah, blah.
Absolutely. But if they had
That's what I
started
did.
with one of those, I would have gotten it.
Right. But that's not what that is.
Immediately.
Right. Yeah.
That was a very crafted sort of shot, which I was, again, I don't know why. It's a shot that you would expect more out of a male director. Possibly. Yeah.
But what's interesting is
movie.
because it's a female director, you have a different, an entirely different view of it.
Well, and
which could be the comment in and of itself. I don't know.
Yeah, and I get to leapfrog. Because it's a female director, whatever. I feel whom I know is heterosexual. I mean, I don't know. Stop it.
What song did you sing?
Nothing. No. Well, like because her relationship with Spike Jonze, or at least to the best of my knowledge, is.
You're assuming that Spike Jonze is a man.
I am assuming that's Spike Jonze.
I lost it. I was going to go.
No. We're going. Yeah, but because of that, I get to leapfrog the if it was like De Palma or something, I'd be like, huh, okay, right. Or I wouldn't even blink because just based on seeing only Carrie, I would go like, yeah, that makes sense.
But if it was De Palma, it would be the butt, and then syrup would start coming down, and it would just be weird, and you'd be like, what? He's like, yeah, it's chocolate syrup.
Like
is it blood? Is it it's like Hitchcock.
Yeah. No. I should not talk trash about De Palma. I really loved Carrie a lot, and I haven't seen enough of De Palma. So yeah, I know you did. You yeah, that was great. That was a good time. But speaking of so I leapfrog the whole is this exploitative or whatever, and I go right to what? Why? I don't understand why. I know we're talking about this specific first image for a long time, but it's the first image, I don't know. And
it's an intentional first image.
It is very, very intentional. And again, I understand. I think you could probably Google and bring up the painting that it's based on, and it would probably be a very close visual match, which I'm not decrying at all. I'm not absolutely. Painter. I mean, obviously, cinematographers take inspiration from painting all the time. And pop it in there. Totally. But if that homage, just for the heck of it, happened 15 minutes into the movie, fine.
Right.
It's the first image.
Yeah.
Which makes me go, this is going to be about, and it just goes, but. And it just and frames her that way. And I go, this is going to be about her femininity, about how she's judged for her appearance, or it's going to be about her sexuality. It's going to be about what is it? What are you telling me already about this, about the story? And it just doesn't seem to.
And it's crazy because it's that shot, and then I think it fades back down, and when it comes back up, it's Bill Murray. And we're in a hit thing.
You're exactly right. Yeah, it just goes jump over. Just there's a butt in this movie.
Yeah.
Not really, but there's it just goes from that character to that character, and it's not a similar shot. It's not a shot of his butt or his groin or his anything. It's just interesting.
Yeah.
Just about loving ass, which it can be. Sometimes a butt is just a butt, but why is it a butt? But why is it so focused on? No one's focusing on the butt here. It's Sophia. Sophia, you're focusing on the butt.
You're making me focus on this butt, Sophia.
What time is it? Because make horn. See,
because make horn.
But really not. But no, right? Because that is almost entirely anathema to most of this film. There are parts of this. There are moments in this film where I feel like the camera lingers on her to kind of.
You think so?
Not to titillate, but to just kind of be it lingers with her, and then they're just, I don't know. I mean,
those lingering shots to me were very much more of a fish out of water, isolation, loneliness.
Some of them, yes.
Her in her underwear by the window, and just anytime she's in the hotel room by herself, and there's just beautiful music playing, and there's some of my favorite moments in the movie because they feel what this movie, and this is one of the main things I wanted to get into. It is amazing how
Lost in translation, Curlman. Sorry.
Yeah,
Curlyman. I always misspelling him. Sorry,
one of the things I feel like this movie gets most accurately is the feeling of being in a foreign country or just a new city or any place that feels like you really do feel alienated.
Yeah,
and
you
things,
as the viewer start to. Yeah,
and things look and feel weird and but it's not in a judgmental way. It's just, that's why I love that she just walks around the city observing things, and we get to experience that with her. And apparently there was some backlash at the time it came out from the Japanese community, because they're like, you made us appear fetishized and weird, and
like
just
a zoo or something.
And her retort, which was absolutely correct, was like, this was my version of an American visiting a foreign land, and what a surreal experience that can be when there's a complete language barrier, and you're seeing things that are completely normal to that society that you've never even seen before. And I felt like it captured that feeling so well. Like when they do their big night out, and they go karaoke, that whole evening, that whole sequence is such a. Each time they cut to like this shot of a bridge, and it like kickstarts with this music cue, and I get goosebumps every time, because it's just, it really is stunning.
Yeah, it's the feeling of isolation, especially when your partner in this adventure is gone, the one person you're expecting to be able to relate to and bounce off of and have this adventure with is off. It's K Really Man, isn't it? K Really Man? Please, sorry, I always miss say your name, and I don't want to. What's up, Allie? That phone call when she's crying to her friend is one of the most real things I've ever heard. I cannot agree more. My gosh. That's like the best bit of, well, Jess Mike is... Oh, is it?
I might be shouting. Maybe I should.
We'll fix that.
I'm gonna lean back.
We'll fix it. Thank you.
Yeah. What does she say in that phone call? Because she's trying to be.
Is it her friend? It
is.
It is.
She's checking back home, and then she just almost goes right into it.
Yeah.
She's just like, yeah, things are kind of good, and then
she's
it's just like, I don't really know who
I
married, and it's just like, it but vomits out of her, and it's a very real,
and it's great. I mean, it almost feels, because if that's written, which I think it is, if that's not improv, it's so great how it just comes out of. Like out of order almost. Like she just goes, how about the monks and how she exactly, that's it. And she goes, hey, she's like, hey, and she's like, hey, and you can already tell she's trying to whatever, and she's like, she's trying to hold it in or not. And she goes, hey, how is it? She goes, oh, it's great. It's so great. And then she's like,
and then she talks about the monks.
She goes like, I went to this like shrine, and there were these monks doing it, and I didn't feel anything, and John's trying this like hair product, and I don't know who I married, and she's like, oh, hold on, I gotta something, and she's like
yeah,
and then she goes, yeah, okay, sure. And then it's just, oh man, like, I mean,
her performance in that
fantastic.
Scene, like
fantastic. And
he's using this hair product. It's just so specific.
Yeah, it's great.
And but such an accurate representation of like how she is panicking about her marriage.
Yeah. And having a mini, absolutely. And I mean, I don't know, like, obviously, and part of the reason we did this in this order, the last time we had filmography, a blue moon ago, we did Her, right? Which it has been posited is in some ways a response to this film, by Spike, not a response, but sort of like just his meditation on really the aftermath of this experience. Kind of, and you got emo. Yeah, well, we all do. It's Her. We all get emo. This is a pretty emo movie. Also, it's February, so. But the next one's not going to be emo. Well, I haven't actually seen it. I'm really excited. I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
And then the third one's like emo, but like not. It's great. Such a great man.
Yeah, he can't really be emo.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Who? Adam Sandler?
I didn't know what we were
PT.
saying. Yeah, PT.
Oh. Yeah, interesting. Yeah,
he's more like,
he's
if I'm going to go one way, I'm going to go with pretentious, and you're going to like it.
And do you?
Oh, he's pretentious at times.
I do. But I mean,
I eat it up.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm
he's the best.
Spike Jonze's real name is Adam Spiegel.
Whoa.
Spike Jonze has more of a ring to it. Yeah, maybe. Yes, sure. Yes. And so Spike Jonze, right, who, like, maybe, like, is the Giovanni Ribisi character in this film, or there are parts of him, or it's definitely absolutely him, or, like, I think it's weird to kind of, it's odd to kind of just sort of opine and weigh in on someone's relationship, but I guess it's not that weird when they make a a piece of art about it and invite you to kind of experience it, right? So, first time I ever cried over a movie was Adam Sandler one, Don't Come For Me. Now, hey, rock and roll. Which one? 8 Crazy Nights? I'm going to guess it was 8 Crazy Nights. It was probably 50 First Dates. Click.
Boom.
I'm going to do click. Yeah. There's also a rumor that Anna Faris was Cameron Diaz with Sofia.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. Which, like, I don't know because he had just done Being John Malkovich. Cameron Diaz is in that.
Oh, that's interesting.
I
always thought it was Anna Faris who based her performance off of Cameron Diaz as opposed to Sofia Coppola. But now that you're making that Being John Malkovich connection, that makes a lot more sense.
Although I don't, because that was 2001.
I mean, what am I saying? It has to be intentional because she's doing this action movie and like that was prime Charlie's Angel era Cameron Diaz. So of course she wrote it as Cameron Diaz.
Maybe, it could be. But she like because her rebuttal to that was like, it's just a coincidence. It's like there are like 8 people I kind of based it on. It's just that sort of blonde you see on a top. Now that's not a categorical denial. That doesn't mean it's like.
I mean, she's one of the 8.
Cameron Diaz in one of the yeah. But like, I cried during Click as well. She was talking about. Yeah, I see why people are making those connect because it's like she talks about yoga and she's like whatever and like I know my wife bought a book by Cameron Diaz. It's called The Body Book and it's all about your body and being good. Cameron Diaz is great. There's nothing wrong.
I love Cameron Diaz.
Diaz is fantastic. Yeah,
she's also super smart. You know, in her last movie before she was like, I'm done, she worked out a back-end deal and she ended up making $50 million from Bad Teacher.
Oh yes, I do. Yeah.
Like she cleaned up.
Cried during Click as well. Toward the end when he hits the pause, he's watching. I haven't
seen Click.
I have not seen Click, but that
now
makes
I want to.
Yeah, that part makes me. That just your description of that makes me cry. Happens to Click is like honestly one of those things that never happened to the person. The thing that makes me want to see Click, besides that what you just said, is the part that I remember from the trailer, where the explanation of where that remote control came from, is that Adam Sandler is walking through Bed Bath & Beyond.
More infrequent men give us a tip.
It's walking, and he like
is it really?
He comes across, and I don't know. He comes across Christopher Walken. He's like, I'm going to take you to the Beyond section or something, and he's like, yeah, this is the Beyond, and he's like, yeah, I'm sorry, and then he like, and he gives him the thing, and I just love that it's Bed Bath and Beyond is like the Beyond.
And I love
is the like,
and that's the crux of the movie, and they're like,
so
we're
funny.
anchoring a whole film off that one.
But
moment.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it because it's great. It's like the explanation for those things is the like, it's like the MacGuffin. Of it doesn't matter. Have you either seen The Counselor with Fassbender and I have. Everyone hated that film.
I am so excited to see it because I have
Ridley Scott.
deep. I know I have such a deep for even bad Ridley Scott.
Yeah.
I think he's so good, and I don't know why I haven't watched it yet. Need to watch that movie. I heard it's mean. Is it mean? I heard it's just a nasty movie.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's also
where it's just that movie where it just weighs on you. It's just like it's just shit.
Sure,
and
yeah,
doom,
kinda.
just doom all the time.
Yeah, and it's Cormac McCarthy as well.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, it's not so. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I'll admit that I wasn't like, oh, this is amazing. But I saw it. I was like, cool. All right. I don't remember a lot of it.
Okay.
There was a lot made of Cameron Diaz grinding in a car.
Yeah. Which I haven't. Like people, that's the one scene everyone says is like, yeah, this movie's ridiculous. Yeah. There's a scene where she grinds on a car, and every time someone talks about that, I'm just like, I don't even know how to picture that in my head.
Yeah, no, it's hard.
Like, what part of the car?
Not the one you'd think. I don't know
which part do you think?
I don't know what one you would think.
The gear shift?
Oh, well, that's a good one. It's like hood ornament? That's not going to be. It's not going to be. Sorry. Ruben Blas. Come on.
We gotta get on topic, guys.
That's an angel. It's got wings. Sorry. Something about the poster cover makes it look like such a crummy movie.
It's like I knew I shouldn't have bought the Tesla dildo. Like,
let my stocking was. Oh, that does look bad. Oh yeah, Brad Pitt's in it. So is
what a cast.
So is Rosie Perez in like an interesting role. Oh yeah, Penelope Cruz. Huh. Why does it have 2 L's? That's how you spell counselor. What's wrong with you? There's no...
Is it a
counselor is one who gives counsel, which does not have two L's. The suffix doesn't have an L.
Is that a foreign way of saying it? Spelling?
Maybe.
But that's exactly what it is.
Maybe. Well, it makes me want to toss that poster right in the loo. Just because it got brought up, I would indeed highly encourage you to watch Click, one of his family's best movies. I've heard 50 First Dates is really good, and I had
heard wrong.
Okay, that's too bad. I've heard enough people say it.
It's not bad.
Heard enough people say it that I bought it for like $1 at Goodwill.
Cool.
I also think Counselor's underrated, but it's definitely a mess and kind of. Yeah, I think it's definitely underrated because it's just a movie that was like met with such vituperative hatred.
Yeah.
This is how people outside the U.S. spell it. Well, they need a counselor. Counselor. All right. Well, fine. I'm sorry for screaming about it. Can you explain to me why, though?
Take the L.
Take the L. Oh, wow. Very nice. Very nice entendre. All right.
So he's so smart.
She is. She's very, very smart. So patronizing. A little smart.
Quick.
No.
Quick.
That's counselor is an international spelling, as is counselor. Yeah, I've seen that. But can you explain to me grammatically why? We don't need to do this right now. Because counsel has one L, and the suffix OR does not have an L. No reason to double up on that. And it's not one of those,
All right.
defensive ones that would, to avoid changing the pronunciation of the vowel. It's not any of that. Anyway, so yeah.
Bill Murray arrives at this hotel.
He does. And he does this a lot. So speaking of Americans, guess which good American gets to stay in Canada for a whole week? Elon Musk? Was that the other way around? Congratulations! You talking about Shouty? Okay. If so, cool.
I don't know what we're talking about.
I just, yeah. So basically, well, yes, good. Elon Musk is Canadian, isn't he? Am I crazy? Here we go. Lost in Translation, directed by Sofia Coppola. Mm-hmm. Now that we've talked at length about the butt shot, which makes no sense to me still, it's fine. We cut to Bill Murray. Bill Murray is an actor he's a very well-known actor.
He's like a famous actor from like the 70s, 80s. Did a lot of macho action car movies.
Which is interesting that they made that choice. And
I love how they did it too. They show a clip of he's like scrolling through the TV, and it's SNL, and then a car shot.
Yeah.
And I love that because they're like, whatever.
Famously the brother of Brian Doyle Murray, exactly. Come bust a move where the games are played. Elon Musk was born in South Africa. Yep.
But I love how
Thank you for that.
When he enters the hotel, I just love the dynamic that he has with literally every person he meets in this movie.
Yeah.
And I love his interpreter, like that lady. I don't know who she is, and if she's a famous
Kawasaki.
Is she a famous Japanese actress?
No, I think that's the character's name. Is that you're talking about the interpreter for the shoot?
Yeah. And the one who kind of meets him in the hotel lobby a bunch to
Same person?
escort him.
Yeah.
She seems like his day-to-day, whatever handler.
Yeah.
She is so fantastic.
Yeah.
Like I just and then they like cut to him in the elevator. That's one of my favorite shots in the whole movie.
Yeah.
Is him in the elevator with all the Japanese men around him, and he's like a foot taller.
Yeah. Which Bill Murray's a tall dude. Like
is he?
Yeah, he's like 6'2", I think.
Wow.
Which I guess isn't enormous, but is he more than that? You're not 6'2".
I am.
You're 6'2"?
I'm 6'2".
Stand up. Okay. It's not like I'm gonna measure it. All right, hold on.
How tall are you?
5 3/4. You taller than I am? We're both.
I mean, you gotta cut that hair down.
Nah, man, that's part of it. All right.
We're gonna do the rest of the podcast like this.
There we go, guys. But why are they doing it? It's because it's a painting. There's a painting like this where it's two groins looking at each other. Ah! Yeah, Bill Murray, famously the brother. Yes. The actress for Miss Kawasaki is only in 3 movies. One of them a TV movie. Open on the Crotch. Yeah, Lost in Translation. This looks like something lewd's about to happen. Just measuring. What, guys? We're just measuring. What's the deal?
Just a couple dudes.
Just measuring
breaking
it
out the rulers.
Yeah.
You know?
No, man. The top of the head. Top of the head. Can we come back from this?
I don't know.
All right. Just scoping some groins. So
Here's-
he comes to shoot.
Here's the difficult thing about this movie, which I think we're experiencing right now.
Yeah.
There's barely any plot to the point that we're just going to have to kind of jump from scene to scene and be like, all right, we're going to have to talk about the liquor ad scene. Because it's not like the arc is just, it is what the synopsis is like two people meet each other. They have a brief relationship and kind of get to know each other. And they're both in like lovelorn, you know, kind of hopeless marriages or whatever. And that's it. Yeah. And it just moves in a. I think that's why I like it so much. Is it feels very much like real life in not only the scenes it presents and the dialogue and the performances, but like just the pacing seems to just kind of shift and kind of just go like water wherever it really wants to go.
So, and it is like it is very much because absolutely what you're saying is absolutely right. I did not know that. That's interesting that the director is a famous singer. That dude was
really
great.
Yeah, that's cool.
And she said, "It's like the inspiration for that scene." Did you read about that?
It was between. You go.
Oh no, go ahead.
It's from her father.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Was it on a commercial though?
Well, yeah. I saw it. I didn't watch the commercial. I should have.
Yeah,
I did not have a whole lot of time. Yeah. It's like you can. It's Akira Kurosawa and Coppola together
Co-directing.
I think they're in the commercial.
Oh, okay.
And I think they also directed it. I'm not sure. No, I don't know. But it's for literally the exact same brand of
really?
Whiskey. It's for Satori whiskey or whatever. It's
really?
Or Santori or whatever.
Yeah, Santori. It's Santori time.
Yeah. Just go. Yeah. I've never seen Lost in Translation. Well, you should.
You should. It's great.
Yeah. Or well, I mean, like, yeah, enjoy it or do what you like. But yeah, it's a good movie. Oh, sorry. So that, but then also like the whole thing where he's like, because gosh darn it, like, I loved Ghostbusters as a kid, and I obviously like Bill Murray, but I was always just kind of like he's just Bill Murray's, and that's a great thing. It's a great thing to do if you can get it. It's good work if you can get it with Bill Murray. But even like, you know, he's still like Groundhog Day. I'm kind of like, okay, like his reactions and stuff are just kind of very. Like, he's just Bill Murray and stuff. And in this, it's great because he's so he really is so subtle and real, but at the same time brings every bit of himself to it, like in terms of like his spirit and his way of going through life, right? It's very much there. There's a lot of character, a lot of flavor to everything that he says. But his reactions to people are so great. They're so great.
I mean, he's the best at like off the cuff improv type stuff and being the charming dude and just having that fast one liner. But like what separates him from other comedic actors is, you know, Groundhog Day is a perfect example because that's when he started branching out, because when that movie takes a serious turn and stuff, like with the homeless guy in the alley and things like that, like he crushes those scenes. Like,
and he's really very. Oh, sorry.
Well, they're just. I mean, he is capable when he turns it on for the drama, the dramatic moments. He does it beautifully. Yeah. It's just that he's never really pushed himself the way he has in this movie. And subsequent ones. But what's interesting is I feel like what happened was he wanted to do drama for a really long time, and he made one movie that he kind of, I think, went out of pocket on, and it was like a real passion project.
He did Hunter S. Thompson.
I've seen that.
Where the Buffalo Roam.
Yeah. But he did a serious period piece romance movie that no one ever saw, and I think this was at the height of like either pre or just right after Ghostbusters. And they were like, what do you want to do? You can do whatever you want. And he was like, I want to do this. And they were like, you can't do that. And he just basically willed it to happen, and then they buried it. And he said it was like one of the hardest things he ever went through because he wanted to be taken seriously, like desperately, apparently. Yeah. And it wasn't a comedy. It was he was playing a leading man in a period romance, like war drama type thing.
Wow, that's crazy. I would love to see that. Part where you can tell they're pretending to discuss something there is like there's no good at friendship. between these two men, and just like I have no idea what he just said. For people asking new Ghostbusters after watching it, I like the film, but when one ghost is driving around, it was really made me love it. Yeah, I get it. I like the actresses in the film. I wished I don't know. I wished that the film, that the Ghostbusters, like I feel like they spent a lot of time harkening back to the original Ghostbusters and kind of to the point of, like, they had like 6 cameos that were like, remember, and I was like, yes, and then they're kind of like doing things that were very much like, I wished it had gone out on its own and not been so beholden to the first one. I think it would have been strong. The Razor's Edge, I remember that as well. That's Somerset Maugham, right? Is that it?
Is that the one?
That might be it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
What's it about? I've only seen a trailer for it, so I'm having to fill in a lot of gaps as to what it could be about. But it looked like a real period romance travel piece, maybe some World War One or One, Two.
Maybe, yeah. Emmerich, Hemsworth Voight's good, definitely. And those, I love every one of those comedic actresses. I'm not putting it on them. I'm just talking about the conception and the direction of the film. I wish they'd done more of their own thing. For me, Bill Murray succeeds where Jim Carrey usually fails when it comes to doing convincing dramas, being a serious actor. I just can't. So, like, because prior to this, he did Rushmore, right? And that was kind of. And you're right. You're absolutely right, because Groundhog Day does have some earnest, sincere, like, romantic kind of whatever moments that are quite good.
Oh yeah.
But Rushmore, I feel like, was when everyone kind of went like, oh, interesting. Like, he's in this. But even Rushmore, he is.
To me, that's more of a funny role.
He's like a sad sack kind of.
It's a satirical role that he plays straight, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, and he does it wonderfully, and then it kind of goes on a bit in a little bit in Tenenbaums, and then in Zissou. And Zissou, he's obviously the centerpiece, but he just kind of plays the whole thing like, yeah, okay, all right, yeah, I'm kind of feeling that way about. I wish he hadn't died.
I feel like that's
what it calls for.
That's what it calls
that is
for. And there's layers within that.
Sure.
Zissou's a phenomenal performance. Royal Tenenbaums. He does a look in Royal Tenenbaums after when they're on the roof. He's on the roof with Luke Wilson, and they're talking about, I can't remember what they're talking about, but he's like, you want to get him? You want to find him? You want to get him?
Yeah.
And then he just smashes like the pigeon cage or something. He punches something, and Bill Murray's so kind of taken aback, and he just kind of looks around, and he's just like,
yeah.
And he does this look that has stuck with me for years, and it's a total just off the cuff thing, and it's beautiful.
And I think he does what he is called upon to do very well in those Wes Anderson films. I love Wes. I'm up for a Wes Anderson film anytime. In this film, there's a depth and fullness that I don't think he's
ever been given. Yeah,
he's ever been allowed to try. Because even those Wes Anderson films are
so specific.
They're very stylized.
It's very stylized.
Even though there is actual emotion going on there, and we go like, oh yeah, Rushmore was like his serious role. And it's like it's story, but it's not.
Just because it's like his movies are like a storybook.
Yeah.
So it feels yeah.
Owen Wilson
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, sure.
But some of his most heartbreaking scenes in the movie are the ones that, like, calling his wife.
Oh gosh, that's like that's it. Yeah, that's a scene where I'm literally just watching Bill Murray.
Yeah.
In an intensely intimate moment, because he drops all of it.
He does. Like when he calls her drunk.
Yeah.
And he's like, "You're right. Like the burgundy is the one to do." And he's like, "Tell her I told her to eat something."
And his voice just cracks all over the place. It's great. It's this scene, but I mean this movie that really, like, I'm not saying. So I just feel like this is a depth and richness that I don't think he gets to do. Even now when people are like...
Well, he said this is his favorite movie he's ever done.
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Because, like, it was written for him specifically.
Yep.
And
she said she wasn't going to do it, right?
Yeah. She wasn't going to do it if it wasn't him. He's getting a lot... Bill Murray is kind of had this... I mean, we were getting these sort of like Jeff Goldblum and Liam Neeson and Jeff Bridges and even Kevin Costner, like, and Bill Murray, who's a very different thing, but like they're having these resurgences. Like they're just kind of like, oh yeah, remember these guys? Like it's cool to be like a cool older dude.
Yeah.
And so he's very, very much in fashion now. He can work whenever he wants to.
Yeah.
But no one is giving him like layered stuff. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, and that is what this is. Like something that he can just sit with that really kind of utilizes his particular skills, which this movie does better than any other. Impetuous Scamp, how are you, man? No, not at all. Thank you, dude. Yeah, absolutely, Embelek. I mean, that is literally just. You should watch St. Vincent. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Maybe I'm just not. Maybe they're coming out and I'm just not seeing them that much. There was.
Hello, I'm back. It's good to see you.
Same, dude. Lots of love, man. Thank you so much for those 7 months of unbelievable support. Much appreciated. Thank you so much, my friend. But yeah, like there was that other movie where it was like, was it called Rock the Casbah or something? Where he like,
I don't know that one.
maybe it wasn't called Rock the Casbah, but it's like where he is like, he's going and dealing with like the head of a Middle Eastern country. And,
Oh yeah.
and it like. But like I was like, okay, there's one, but it seemed kind of a little more snappy kind of Bill Murray stuff that may have, something that like.
Yeah, everything he does is snappy.
Yeah.
There's like, you're the
Same.
funny guy, you can do the drama, but you're snappy and you're sharp, and this one allows him to dip into that.
Yeah.
Like during the Centauri ad and things like that, where you just let him riff and do his thing. But mostly, it's a real internal thing he's doing.
And it just
And
lets
it's crazy.
It allows just these, for both of them, it allows so much time for moments to just pass over their face, and it gets great. I mean, you get great reactions from both of them. It's like that. Those are the things that I remember about this film. Like the things that Bill Murray says are funny. The things that Scarlett Johansson says are almost like placeholders. Like they're just like she doesn't.
Well, they're charming.
Sure,
They're charming.
Sure, but they're just kind of like it's weird because it's so funny.
What I love is that they didn't make Sophia didn't write her to be so incredibly witty.
That's what I'm saying.
Or so like unrealistically, not a knock, but like a Wes Anderson movie where it's like that is some fine ass dialogue that you're saying there.
Absolutely.
It's just that I could see it's how she delivers it, and just the things she say is it's charming and funny enough that he's like. He's curious about her.
Yeah.
And
it almost like, I almost feel like, hold on.
Your room is messier than mine.
Yeah.
That's such a great line, yeah.
On a big ass bed, and I'm freaking tired of my work tomorrow. Sorry, man. Lots of love. When he goes first, yes. But that's kind of what I'm saying is like, I'm not knocking the dialogue. I'm saying it's interesting that what she has to say isn't that interesting, and what he has to say, even though it's often funny, isn't that groundbreaking, except for that wonderful scene on the bed.
Yes.
I mean, like, the stuff that he says is just so real and great and wonderful and wonderfully written. And I think she is, I mean, it's one best screenplay.
Mm-hmm.
And I totally understand that and agree with it because
I agree with it
too. And it's funny because there's so.
It is so hard to write dialogue that is just very realistic.
Yeah, and I think it really exactly. It's very realistic dialogue. It's like
yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, because what we think of as realistic, there's like, and it's in some ways it's like, because like truly realistic dialogue is like. A little bit like this. Although this is kind of still presentational, but it's like truly realistic dialogue, at least for me, interrupts itself very often. There are big pauses. You would not really want to watch truly realistic dialogue in a film. So what you get is like slightly heightened realistic dialogue.
Yeah,
and that is this. But then there's like what people generally think of as realistic dialogue is like very stylized dialogue, and then there's like clearly stylized stuff and whatever. So I guess this is.
But even like when they're in the bed, like She was like,
I mean,
she asked him like a big life altering type question where she's just like, does it ever get easier? I can't remember what she asked him. It's something like that. And And he takes a long pause.
Yeah.
And I think what he says is just like, well...
He goes,
Or no, she's like, I don't know what I want to be yet. Or like, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to start, I just don't know what I want to be.
Yeah.
And he takes a long pause and he's just like, well... He's like, you'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And it's the inflection of it, too, where it's not like you can tell he searched for that, and it's not really a satisfactory answer, but his vocal delivery of that is so confident that...
I mean, yeah.
And it should, because of their age difference, you would think that it could almost... That entire scene could come off as a fatherly advice scene.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't, because he's so lost in his own life. And just through his sheer performance, you can tell he's never talking down to her when giving advice.
That's true.
He's talking to her as an equal.
Absolutely.
And I think that's why that entire relationship works as well as it does in the movie.
Yeah.
Is because it's never... The age thing to them is not even something they address at all.
Yeah. Yeah. And it is, I mean...
Which would be the fulcrum of like any other movie would center on the disparity between that.
Yeah. It's hard. It's easy to... Yeah, and I think this is as realistic as... In a lot of ways, it's about as realistic as you can get or want to get in a film. I mean, like, absolutely. I wonder how much of that was actually written in the script. I do, too, and I feel like it was a fair amount. For some reason, I have the sense, like, just from reading interviews, Scarlett Johansson was like, a lot of the dramatic moments between us were very written. Which makes it even, and I'm sure it's embellished a little bit.
I think that Centauri one had to have been improv.
Which one?
The Centauri ad.
Oh,
it had to.
Oh yeah.
I'm saying
improv.
It was.
Yeah, like you're talking about when he's reacting to the director.
Yeah.
When
she's like, "What?" And he's like, "A ring a ding ding."
Yeah.
Like all that stuff.
Yeah.
I just feel like they let him run for 10 minutes.
He didn't because he was not told what the guy was going to say.
Oh really?
He was not told in advance what the like
because
she just wrote a bunch of stuff for the director to say, had it translated into Japanese.
Yeah.
Had the guy say it.
Oh,
and
that's
then
wonderful.
Had her translate it to him.
Oh, that's
so
great.
he was like experiencing it as the. I mean, like
so even when he was like, it
happen.
feels like he said a lot more than that. That's all improv.
I don't know because the idea. So the inspiration for that I read is that when she was doing press for the Virgin Suicides, she went to Japan, and she would answer a question, and her translator would speak for a lot longer than she did.
Yeah, right.
And she was like, "Huh?"
That's the face.
Yeah.
I want you to look back at your face because if we ever do a movie, where I'm like, okay, that look that you just gave. But it's great. Sorry, rat. Yeah. My driveway is not shoveled. Oh no! They're gonna charge you an extra. I don't know. Just say, leave it in the snow. I'll go get it. You should dig an underground. No, you shouldn't. It's a bad idea. Good luck with that pizza. Congratulations on pizza. That's exciting. But yeah, like and I think you're right. Like the whole sense of that scene is so great because he's just speaking so simply and so honestly and so openly and so on the same level. And you're right, like he says at one point in that conversation, he's like I'm not worried about you, and it's like this really nice thing. And she's like, and she does say, she goes, does it get easier? And he goes, no. Yeah.
And then he goes, it does. Never mind. He's got it. Yeah. And it's like you can't quite tell. He's like, well,
He's like with kids.
Yeah. He's talking about, and then he goes, he's this great piece of, and it's so, his delivery in that scene, and like, it's a testament to his performance that we're like, is that ad-libbed?
Mm-hmm. It is. I mean, his performance is just mind-boggling.
Because he goes, and you watch it, because I did a lot of rewinding and fast forward, and not fast forwarding, rewinding and pausing and rewinding.
You don't know how to watch a movie.
Yeah, I was just like, yeah, exactly. I was like, okay.
Now they do it in click.
I get it. She's sitting at the window. She's sitting. Okay, she's still sitting in the window. Okay, cool. No, he's still gone? Guy's still gone? Cool. All right. Yeah, Giovanni Ribisi is in 6 minutes of this movie. I'm not surprised he's still gone. All right, let's go. No, I did not. No, but he has this great line where he goes, no. And then he goes, no, it does get easier. The more you know about yourself and what you want, the easier it is to not get upset by things. And it's just like,
it's such a great scene.
I mean, and I'm
I feel like it won the Oscar for screenplay because of that one scene.
Yeah,
because it even like the script just as a script, it's not talking down. It's not like here's the message of the movie. It's just, it is so effortlessly real in what it's trying to say, and then never giving too much to be like, this is the answer. This is just a thought a character has, and it's not even a finished thought. It's just, he's just going off in weird directions on things that I think he wants to give her advice, but then he's just like, but then he just starts talking from the heart, and he's kind of drunk, I think, or maybe not, or coming down or whatever. So it's just kind of shooting off in weird directions, and he talks about his kids, and I love how he did that, because at first he's like, your life as you know it is over, and he's like, but then, you know, and then
start talking and walking.
You know,
the most delightful people you'll ever meet
yeah,
in your life. It's, really
it's so great. It's so great.
It's great, and he's just such a. And what was interesting. What was interesting was to watch this movie with, for lack of a better term, for the sexual tension gone. Like without watching it, without going, where is this going? Where is this going to go? Is it? Please don't. Are you? What's going on? Is it? No. It was interesting to watch it, knowing where it was going.
Because it's like, I love that they have this almost romantic relationship the entire movie without ever having any romantic scene or anything like that. And then when he sleeps with the lounge singer, and I love how the subsequent where she knocks on his door and she's clearly upset, and she offers like a snide remark and walks away, and then they meet for lunch, and I just love how that scene plays out, because they're both being kind of nasty to each other, but they also both are very conscious of the fact that what is this? Why are we? What are you talking about?
No.
And I think they're almost like, I think on his end as a character, he's almost like, well, I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, why are you upset? But in the back of his mind, he's like, I know I'm wrong, and I know I messed up, and I'm sorry I hurt you, because clearly there is something here, but we're both not addressing it, and I don't think we want to, because then it's going to pop that bubble, because I might be leaving tomorrow, and like, what's the point? And it's just like, what's so fascinating is there's the script level, and then there's the performance level of what the script means and how the performer takes that, because then you've got like that scene isn't even my favorite scene, but if you break it down, it's one of the most impressive scenes in the movie, because they're saying one thing, feeling another thing, and then ignoring a third thing. And it's just like there's multiple layers going on in that scene. So yeah, which is just real.
But I wonder, like, this is kind of, to me, this is interesting, because this is at the heart of the film, and I think that there's not necessarily an answer to it, or a right answer, and I think that's part of the beauty of this film, and kind of what makes it itself. There's not really another film I can think about that I can think of that kind of has this sort of relationship in it. Because to me, I don't know. Like, to me, that scene can be read in a number of ways, where she's upset. The reason she's upset can be read in a number of ways. It can be read because she's like, well, I don't know what we have here, but it just changed because you did a weird dude thing. It can be like, you just cheated on your wife, and you're not necessarily the dude I thought you were, or like it just colors you, and it colors that person in a different way.
That's a great way of putting it.
It just kind of goes like, oh, you know what I mean?
It colors that person in a different way. That's a great way of putting it.
Yeah, it's like if she walked into him and he was addicted to heroin or something, it would be like,
okay, didn't see that aspect.
Well, no.
No, I'm saying, didn't see that side of your personality.
You acted me. You got me. Yeah, very nice. All right.
Look, I can be good when I don't know I'm doing it.
All right, Jeffrey. No, this is going to have the same impact without the fact. So I have a feeling. Oh, they started both single. I think that there's a tension there. I think initially he talks so.
Yeah, I don't think it would have been nearly as. I don't think it would have worked on the complexity of it is just the fact that they both are in their own relationships. It ties them to their previous lives before arriving at this hotel, and they have obligations, and they don't want to, but they're both unhappy. and there's just that constant, like, he tries to reconnect with his wife
Yes.
multiple times throughout the movie.
Whom I feel he loves.
I think he does love.
And I think she loves
And I
him.
think he loves his family,
Yes.
and I also think that marriage is in trouble. You know what I mean? It's a...
Yeah.
The
Way, certainly, he literally vocalizes it. He says that.
The movie, I mean...
Yeah, truly.
Yeah.
He's like, I wanted whatever. I don't think it's doomed.
I don't think it's doomed either, but what
there's
I
something
like...
that needs to be addressed.
I like that what they're doing is not... Like, Kelsey... She watched about 30 minutes, and then it was getting late, and she was like, I'm going to go to bed. I was like, what? You're not going to finish this? She's like, these people are assholes.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll finish this later.
Yeah.
And
Has she not seen it?
She had never seen it, and she just had a visceral reaction in the sense that she was like, I don't like her character as a person.
Yeah, totally.
Because I think she's pretentious.
Yep. She is.
And she is emotionally cheating on her husband.
And so...
And here's the other thing that I love about this movie. He's a workaholic, the Giovanni Ribisi Spike Jonze character, and a bit of a buffoon and maybe a little narcissistic from kind of how they, I thought the Polaroids were a very telling thing where he was looking in the Polaroids because he's the photographer. Bless you.
Interesting.
And well, I think that was very pointed.
You think
like,
so?
The Polaroids was him looking into the lens as she was looking at him, and she looks at like 3 of them, and he's always looking into the lens, like focused on the camera, and she's always looking at him very lovingly. And but I don't think
Okay.
I do not think
That's
he's
good.
a bad guy.
No,
I think they might be mismatched though, or maybe it's just early marriage growing pains, or you know what I mean. It's just I like that they are both incredibly flawed in their own ways. I think that's what makes the movie as interesting as it is.
And I think, I think it's interesting. Gosh, there's so much to talk about that I want to talk about. You'd add xenophobic to Giovanni Ribisi's character. I'd be interested to read why. So much to talk about. I think that the reason they're in relationships at the beginning is to actually diffuse the tension and delay it until later. Because they meet, she's like very, very, very early on into the, when she sits down, the second time, she sits down at the bar. Mm-hmm. They're talking, and he's like, what are you doing here? He's like, my husband is this and this and this. And he talks openly about his wife and his kids, and they never say anything bad about their relationship or their whatever. He speaks positively about, I mean, in some ways, he says it's hard sometimes, but like, but he, like, the things that he says about his relationship, they're good. He never gives any indication that he wants to like not be in that relationship. Mm-hmm. She doesn't either, but she's, lonely and by herself. I think initially they. Well, I think that she's in a relationship because that was Sofia Coppola's experience, possibly. Which makes me kind of go like, the one thing that's like, we're all like, oh, who's Anna Faris? Like, who's Giovanni Ribisi? I'm like, did she go to Japan and while Spike Jonze was off directing music videos meet Dan Aykroyd? Like, what happened? Who did she run in? Was it Leonard Nimoy?
It was Chevy Chase.
Yes, it was Chevy Chase.
And he was a dick.
It was Chevy Chase.
And it didn't end well.
So, sure, I mean, in general, they're both available. There'd probably never be any kind of tension. Yes. Well, I don't know. I think that there would be tension because, like, you're like, they're available, but because the tension is that, like, they're from different worlds. I guess, I mean, it's both. I don't know. To me, it kind of goes...
They're also bonding through,
like,
loneliness in relationships.
And I also feel like they're both being in committed relationships. He has a family and she whatever. I think loosen them up along with, in a way, the age difference, and then they can just kind of be like, we can talk pretty honestly. Because there's not like a thing where like if they had been single and the same age, they would have been playing a game.
Yeah.
Where he's just kind of like, hey, oh thanks,
Yeah.
and blah 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 blah. And what kind of Chevy Chase's real name is Cornelius. Oh, interesting. It is much cooler than Chevy. Yeah. But it's interesting because to me, I don't know. I mean, I think that there is. I like thinking of the relationship as not a romantic one. as just a pure friendship one. I like thinking of it that way. Now, they definitely...
You can think of it that way.
I know. But, I mean, and they do things... I think the reason he sleeps with the singer is to introduce the idea that he is not entirely averse to that. You know what I mean? Like that he slept with the singer, he might sleep with Scarlett Johansson. Like I think
it comes right after he's drunk, and it's after a particularly bitter fight with his wife, right?
It is.
And then he's drunk in
well,
the
I mean,
hotel.
it's not like I don't think it's not a fight, but
it's an anger fuck. Like it's something he does almost as self-loathing.
Sure.
And to get back at his wife for being so distant and unwilling to reach out to him.
Sure.
And we don't know enough about that relationship to based off who his character was, and just maybe he's now in the twilight years of his movie career and stuff. I could easily see him being an egotistical asshole in his marriage.
I could too.
And maybe that she's fully justified, and that's why that marriage doesn't work. And now, after it's broken, he's trying to fix it, but all he's doing is these like drunken phone calls.
Sure.
And so, I mean, we sympathize because we're with him on his journey, but I think his wife, it's easy to say that maybe she's a little curt with him, but I'm like, well...
There's probably a history.
There's probably an absolute history there.
Because the way they play it, the way he plays it, that's not the first time that happened.
Oh, no, not at all.
And so, but what I'm saying is the reason I think that the film introduces it then at the time that it does is to introduce that thought, to go, oh, it's not the first time that it happened. This thing with Scarlett Johansson may be a possibility. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying, is like it reintroduces the tension to me that goes like, at that point, it goes...
Did you ever think that there wasn't... I mean, they're so in tune that
there's definitely a connection.
Yeah,
they do it. They're
holding hands, running through
absolutely
karaoke.
He touches her foot.
Yeah.
Karaoke. She sings right to him.
Yeah,
that's like I was going like.
I love how he looked at her. In that moment.
Yeah, true.
Like he looked at her, and then right after that moment is this moment, and the way he plays this moment.
Yeah.
Is this image sums up the delicacy in which they handled the entire relationship throughout the entire movie up to the end of the devastating, wonderfully beautiful ending, ambiguous ending, because he could have easily leaned his head onto her head right here, and that would have been the obvious choice. And you can see him in this scene think about it for a split second.
Yeah.
And then he crosses his legs and he kind of just looks the other way and he's like, I'm going to be a good dude. I'm just going to enjoy this for what it is because I'm having a really good time.
And I don't even, I mean, it's obviously there, but I think in some ways they're just content to like let it not be that, which is really, really nice. And then
it's more pure than that. Yeah.
Cuts to him carrying her. The movie is clearly going, but like, are they and not in a particularly overt way, but there are times, and
it's also interesting to note that he goes for the hotel lounge singer instead of going directly to her room.
And we're disappointed in that. I don't think he even I feel like he just got drunk because she sits down and goes, "Hey."
It was a gut reaction, drunken. It was a drunken mistake. Absolutely. It's a classic. If there's one cliche in this movie, it's that he was like. But it's a cliche because that happens.
Yeah, totally.
And that's just human nature. But I think it is a dramatic device.
Yeah.
Like
I think it introduces
I can't
the idea.
not see it that way because I think it is a dramatic device to be like, oh, it was going so well.
Yes.
It's like, how are they going to come back from this in the third act?
And in a normal romantic comedy.
Yeah, this is when it happens.
It is the rom-com. He goes, I wanted it to be you.
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily think that it's necessarily connected to her. I mean, he's just feeling a whole bunch of stuff. Because he goes back to the room and immediately calls his wife and tries to whatever. It doesn't go horribly, but she's just like, okay, I got to go. And he's just like, that was a stupid idea, which is interesting. Yeah. Then he goes and sits down. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
At the bar, and then all that happens, and then they go, and they sit, and
he's like the way the lounge singer tries to get his attention after she sits down, like she knows who he is. Yes, she wants to.
Yeah. There were some parts where I was kind of like, it's interesting because the movie is kind of saddled with this like, okay, he's a huge movie star. He can also kind of go to a club in Japan and not get mobbed.
Yeah.
There's some scale issues where I was kind of like, how big a movie star is he? But then he goes and he's definitely recognized immediately in the bar with these two dudes who are like, oh hey man, did you do your own driving in that? And he just gets up and walks away. The blonde lady later. He gets American people clearly. But like I was confused like when they walk in and Anna Faris is singing whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Does she see them?
No.
Okay. Was she singing karaoke? She didn't see
that shot is from the like they even
because she kept looking and I was like
no they film it in a way. No, I didn't take it that way. Because
she's doing like this and I think she like smiles. But then, like, it cuts to them, and it cuts back, and then she looks at these other dudes who it's a different eye line. So I was like, was she seeing them? Because she would go, that's Giovanni, that's my friend Giovanni's girlfriend, with a super huge famous actor. Unless we're pretending she doesn't know enough about film and doesn't know who he is.
No, I don't think she was looking at him.
I came to that conclusion, but, like, camera angle-wise, composition-wise, I was kind of like...
I don't think she ever looked in that direction of that. Because the camera angle's very much from their point of view. It's on a dolly with a zoomed lens, and they're going past these pillars and stuff, like wrapping around here, mimicking their walk as they're like, we gotta get out of here, this is terrible, and laughing about it.
They were thinking about, okay. Oh gosh, there's something about Anna... I wanted to say something about Anna Faris, too. Dang it. Well, it's interesting, too, because going back to like what you're saying about her being... occasionally, I just pick up the Rocketeer and play with the Rocketeer.
Sure.
Feel free. You got Shakespeare, you got Batman.
Where'd I put it? Yeah, there we go.
There you go. But what's interesting is speaking of her as a not particularly likable character. It's interesting that you guys have
Anna Faris or
sorry,
Scarlett. Okay.
Scarlett Johansson. It's interesting because she's obviously the Sofia Coppola analog, and I don't think that's a mistake.
Nope.
So it's interesting for her to paint herself that way. And then not really be too hard on Spike Jonze. Like
no, not at all. She paints him in a very level, even-keeled way. Like he is focused on his work. He's also young and probably burgeoning in his career is how I took it.
Got to do it, yeah.
And so like I, as a filmmaker myself, I get that. Totally. I've been accused of that. I understand it. Like it makes sense. He is self-involved and focused too much on his work when his wife's clearly trying to communicate to him in the brief moments they have together. Yes. But then
he's got a million things running through his head.
He's got a million things running through his head. He's on the job. Yep. She came with him.
Yep.
And then, they meet Anna Faris down in the lobby the first time, and she's a little snarky.
Yeah.
She's a little, and he
She's like,
it's interesting because I didn't notice it until I watched it this time. I was like, oh, he's not saying, he's just like, why you got to do that?
Yeah.
Like, why you always have to be...
And he doesn't even go, like, why... He doesn't say... He may also say something, but he's not like, why do you have to be an asshole?
No.
He's saying, why do you always have to point out how stupid everyone is?
Yeah. And she's just
which
like...
is the nicest way to say that.
It is.
Kind of.
And I don't even think she meant it... This is the beauty of it, because I say that she's unlikable, but that's not what I mean.
She's not, yeah.
She has real...
Yeah.
She made a judgment, maybe rightfully so.
As everyone does.
And he wanted to... He maybe sees it as a career opportunity, something like that.
Or he's someone he...
Or maybe somebody he identifies with on just a more level of like energy for life, and
Yeah, and it's good policy to be kind to people in the industry.
But I love that she's just like, I don't know. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, and she goes, whatever, and she goes, forget it.
She's like, I guess I'll see you later.
Yeah, and then he goes, I love you.
And I knew that. I've been there.
Yeah.
She's like, I guess I'll see you later. And you're like, I gotta go.
Yeah, and he just goes,
I love you.
And he goes, I'm gonna pretend this is okay because it's gonna be okay. He's like, it could be okay.
Yeah.
There's not anything. No one's screaming that it's not okay.
Right.
You literally said the words, forget it, it's okay, or like whatever.
Right.
I'm just gonna go ahead because I've got to go now.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But all that being said, that's the perfect thing to be studio. Yeah, Evelyn was a man. Yeah, right. Because it tells you about her, so that you don't because the rest of the movie, a lot of it is her asking kind of simple questions and kind of maybe not flirting with, but just connected with Bill Murray, and then looking out of windows. So you've got that scene to establish that she's smart, and that's.
But that's
fine. Yeah.
And the other really interesting thing to me, and it's just like there's no bad people and no good. It's just everybody's just a real, well-formed character. Is the fact that there's a little bit of she went along with him on his business trip. He's now working. She has nothing to do, and she also doesn't know what she wants to do with her life.
Right.
So she's at that point in her life where she hasn't found her thing. He found his thing.
Yeah.
He found the thing he's good at, that he's passionate about, and he loves doing it. So it's a very much a focus in his life, as it should be.
Yeah.
Not negating that he should be giving attention to his life, but it shows an interesting where. It kind of shows where that distance in their relationship is coming from, because he kind of found what he wants to do, and he's doing it, and he's starting to succeed at it. Because I think they said that this was like one of his first big shoots or something.
Surely seems like it's
he wants to impress.
Thing.
Yeah,
it's a great thing. He's kind of about to have arrived. He's gotten the first thing.
Right. Yeah,
he's got to really nail it.
Yeah, he's got to nail it. And then she's just kind of wandering in her own mind of like what she wants to do. She's reading Buddhist books about like. He picks up a book and he's like, oh, I've read that or something.
Yeah. He's like, I got that one. I thought the way she was reacting to it, I thought it was his. I thought it was Giovanni Ribisi's.
Oh, I took it as hers.
Because she just picked it up and it wasn't working for her, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, Jandy Prue, thank you so much for that Twitch Prime sub. Lots and lots of love. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. And welcome to talking about Lost in Translation. But it's interesting because what's very interesting, and she does. I don't know if she, because she always does. You know, you always have to kind of, if something occurs to you in a film, and you respect the filmmaker and think that they know what they're doing, you have to kind of assume that it's at least partly on purpose. Which is why that butt thing in the beginning threw me.
Yeah, right.
But it's interesting. But I'm not sure that this is. It's interesting when because Anna Faris comes down and she's talking to, and she's just like, oh my gosh, like oh wow, like oh yeah, it's great and blah blah blah, and she's just like she's just kind of going like, oh totally, and then she's saying like, she talks about cleanses and stuff, and it's just like the LA thing or whatever.
Yeah.
But before that, she just has that whole thing, and she's like, cool, I wonder even why, and she's like she's very much looking right at Giovanni Ribisi. She doesn't take a whole lot of time. She goes, oh what? Oh my gosh, what are you talking about? And I feel like a thing to do would be to like include them both in the conversation. Be like, cool, who are you? What do you do? Or like maybe she had to run, but she's not mean at all.
She's not at all.
She just is like, I don't know. And she's very bubbly and bubble and just says a bunch of stuff and runs off. And it cuts.
Scarlett didn't say a word.
And it cuts
either.
enough to Scarlett Johansson that we know she's going like, like she's watching this interaction and going like, what's going on? But also like, all right, who are you? Okay, whatever. And then she just, kind of says one thing of the millions of things she was thinking. And we go, cool, she judged her. Later, when she sits down and is talking to Bill Murray, I can't remember what the conversation is, but she's like, oh, what are you doing here? And he's like, I'm getting paid $2 million to do whiskey. And she goes, oh, that's fun. And this, like, the things she's saying are things that I could hear Anna Faris saying. Like, she's not making brilliant conversation.
No.
She's just saying, and she's kind of being, like, silly and not, and a little flirty. And she's just not being stupid or bad. But it's just like, all right, lady, you're not discussing classic literature either.
And I think that's born out of that insecurity, which comes in the bedroom scene.
Smirks, yeah.
Where she's like, I don't know what I want to be.
Yeah.
And I think there is that. I've certainly had that in my life where I'm trying to figure it out, and then you see someone who's got it figured out, and they're doing it well, and you always check yourself after the fact, but you can't help that initial. At least in my case, like that initial, you're just like, you want to make I'm like, there's something wrong here. You want to throw some gaze over it that's just like, I'm like, yeah, but it's like, it's not that thing. It's not that good or whatever. And you're like, what are you doing? It's like, it's great. That person's doing really well.
Right.
Stop being an asshole. And I think there's something there. And he switches gears when they talk. Like,
yes.
He puts on the face,
Yes.
The professional face.
Totally. And it's like
and he's just going, he's like, oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It is exactly that. That's 100% right. Hauser, thank you for those 23 months of unbelievable support, dude. Thank you so much. It's totally that.
Yeah.
Thank you, dude. I hope you're doing well. Are you back in Texas? Let me know how you're doing. I know I ask you that every single time. I hope you're okay. Hope things are good. Hope you're wearing scarves. Actually, right now, I hope you're not. Well, yeah, it's kind of scarf weather. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. He's just like, I love Giovanni Ribisi.
He's so great.
I love him.
Yeah.
I want him to be in everything. Every time I go, and Giovanni Ribisi? Yes.
He gave the best monologue that I've ever seen, and it had a profound effect on me in Saving Private Ryan. Yeah. That church monologue and the way he did that, I think about that often enough.
Yeah, and it's so great.
A couple times a year, I'm just like, that's a good monologue. Nice to go about my day.
I don't remember that movie well enough. I gotta go watch that.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good movie.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, totally good. And also, I just can't. It's amazing that Giovanni Ribisi had time to be such an incredible actor and also front Green Day. It's really.
You know what's really weird is that I went down a Billy Joe Armstrong rabbit hole today while editing.
Yeah,
because I was letting something render, and I was just like, I wonder what that guy's up to.
He's in a movie recently.
Really?
Yeah, like maybe 2 years ago or something. And I was like, who's that guy? And I was like, is that?
I didn't know.
Is that Hampton from Sandlot? And he got slim. Because I have kind of this very sort of like, Billy Joe's great. Billy Joe's awesome. I love him. But like, anyway. He kind of looks like grown up.
He does. It's great. It's a good comparison.
Those guys are 3 brothers. They're like
that's a movie.
BC and it's interesting. Been in Texas since October, and it is scarf weather up near Amarillo. Amarillo by morning. He's great in Boiler Room. I have not seen Boiler Room. I want to see Boiler Room. That is a movie that just
Boiler Room's great.
It flies under the surface. It's kind of like it didn't quite whatever, and it's got all these actors where you're like, it's like. Giovanni Ribisi, who I love, and I feel like is for some reason not like he could like I feel like he could step right into a Scorsese movie in an ensemble part, right? Like, and he's such a tremendous actor, but you just don't see him as the lead of these, and maybe he doesn't look. I don't think
he is a lead. I think he's and he's had leads, and he's great, and I've seen him in a couple movies that were really good, but they all flew under the radar. But he's the best when you pepper him in, with Barry Pepper. There you go. But he's
that sort of Sam Rockwell kind of guy, but Sam Rockwell
went a little more. But
it infuriated me when he was not when Rockwell was nominated for 3 Billboards, and they were like, and when they were doing pieces on everyone, they were like, who's Sam Rockwell? Like this new dude, like this guy who's like a character. I was like, what are you talking about? Who's Sam Rockwell? Like they were like this, like Sam Rockwell, who like not like he came out of nowhere, but they're like, you probably don't know his name, but you've definitely seen his face. I was like, that's not Sam Rockwell. Everyone knows Sam Rockwell, and they should know Sam Rockwell. And like Giovanni Ribisi's another one of those dudes. Yeah. But it was like just hasn't had the push through that. Like Sam Rockwell is like, I'm the character actor who gets to be the lead. I'm sorry, guys. It's me. It's me.
That's a dumb thing to say.
Haven't they said? Yeah. It's just the way it was. I don't know if it would, but it was just the way they.
The accurate one would be, who's Leonardo DiCaprio's best friend? The real tall, lanky guy.
In what?
He's in a bunch.
Oh! You talking? Wait, Toby Maguire? Who are you talking about?
No,
like
he's
in real life or in
he's in the opening of Inception. He's in Revenant. He's in. He was the little kid in Witness.
Brad Renfro?
No. Damn it! Hold on.
Lucas Haas. Oh yeah.
Lucas Haas is the guy that you're like, you know his face.
Oh, Witness. Yeah, I was thinking of The Client.
Yeah.
Same movie, but Amish. Anyway, that's not true, is it?
What's The Client about? It's Witness, but sounds on Amish.
Less butter.
Less butter.
I don't.
We are going to do a whole Peter Weir month, and that is going to be fantastic.
I've never seen Witness. I own it.
Oh! It's as good or better than Mosquito Coast.
Bam!
Peter Weir's the shit.
I was like, Lucas Haas. Yes, Lucas Haas. He's the Pin in
Brick.
Brick.
Yeah.
It's a movie that a lot of people like. Ben Affleck. No, a lot of people like it. A lot of people like it.
Wow,
Ben
you put
Affleck.
some stank on that.
No, a lot of people like that.
We know who isn't one of them.
I'm just
By
I didn't say a
the
thing.
vitriol that just came off your tongue there.
Yeah, it was very, very passive aggressive. Yeah, Ben Affleck is in Boiler Room. It's another. It's like boom, 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 boom. Like just like all these like like I've seen that dude before. Cool. It's like you did, but I want to see Boiler Room. I feel like it's pretty good.
It's great.
I would love
and
to
it
see it.
is a good. It's good Ben Affleck.
Yeah, I like it. Oh, Master and Commander, baby.
Yeah.
I love Master and Commander.
There's not a weak Peter Weir movie. There just isn't.
There was a dang time between Knight's Tale and Beautiful Mind and Master and Commander where Paul Bettany. Gosh, I love Paul Bettany.
Yeah.
Where is he?
He's Vision in the Avengers.
Oh, right.
He's doing fine.
He's covered in rubber.
Yeah, he's covered in rubber. He was in Solo.
good.
He was the villain in Solo. He's doing fine.
He's in Solo?
Yeah.
He's the villain in Solo?
Yes.
Oh, I want to see Solo.
You don't. He needs to be going back to character parts.
Man,
He's just playing. He's playing a lot of villains in really massive movies.
Very famously married to Jennifer Connelly. Jennifer Connelly of being Jennifer Connelly, and you go like, that's where you go like, he married Jennifer Connelly, and then you go, no, I get it. Yeah, like Paul Bettany's awesome.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Rock
Oh no, it makes
rock
sense. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want to see Solo.
You don't.
What about the
see
Cars
Solo.
That Ate Paris? Peter Weir? Is that Peter Weir? Yeah.
I haven't seen that one.
Of career opportunities, of Labyrinth, of The Rocketeer, and my confusion at why I was 11 years old, and then I was like, or maybe 10, and I went and watched The Rocketeer, and I was like, man, I love The Rocketeer. Love The Rocketeer. I just really like looking at Jennifer, at his girlfriend. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I was like 10 and like.
I agree.
And
I was really young, and I think she was one of my first like cinema crushes, where I was just like, Hoja. And then she like shows up at the end, and they do this beauty shot where she didn't say "Hey Tiger" because that's Spider-Man, but she says something.
Oh,
she appears.
yeah.
and she shows up at the very end, and I'm just like, oh my god.
Yeah. I go, I'm so confused, and I'm changing. I remember like, I feel like there is like a, or maybe I'm thinking of, I feel like there's like this like dolly in or this real quick zoom, like where she kind of turns around and goes, all right, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Or like whatever.
Oh yeah.
Something. But I might also be thinking of
No, that's
is
in
Lorraine in Back to the Future.
Isn't that when
Where
she's
she goes-
like she's got her part for
Yes.
for the Errol Flynn sequence? Yeah. I love that movie, and I love everyone in it, and I wish, what's his name, Billy Campbell, or was that?
Yeah.
I wish he was bigger.
Yeah.
He was so great in that as a leading man. And
That's the thing where like
he went to JAG. Is that?
No, that's a totally different dude.
That's not him.
I don't think so. Billy Campbell. The only other thing I've seen him in was like.
He's not the lead in JAG.
I'm almost certain he's not.
Guys,
He looks a lot like him.
Ladies.
Looks a lot like him. But the only other thing I ever saw him in, or ever was aware that he was in I think it might be Enough. There's a movie where he is like Jennifer Lopez's abusive husband. Like, and it was like 20 years later.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know if it was Enough, but Crush in Labyrinth, yeah. I never saw
he was in The Killing, the AMC crime show, The Killing, for 4 years.
movie called Once and Again.
Once and Again.
Oh, The Rocketeer.
That looks like it was a series.
Gosh, I love that poster.
Enough.
Rocketeer poster.
Yeah, that Rocketeer poster is a piece of art.
Gosh, it's great.
Just a piece of
so
art.
Great. Yeah.
I have spent more than 1 hour
Looking for
on eBay trying to find the original 1991 poster, or 1990 poster, or whatever it
I think
is.
it's 91.
91.
It's 90 and 91. I can't remember because it's always like T1. It's always like T2. Robin Hood is 91. Rocketeer might be 90 then, because
I think it's 90.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Kindergarten Cop is 89.
Okay.
No one cares.
No one cares.
No one cares, Brian.
No one.
Twins is
You don't
88.
even care about
Twins
that.
is 88. I do care. I can't. I don't know. His name is Slim in that movie. In Enough? Oh boy. Joel Kinnaman. Yeah, that's RoboCop.
Lost in Translation?
One more thing though about the Rocketeer. One thing that I love about
Show up your figure.
I just
so
love-
we know what the level of enthusiasm in this room is for
we
the
go.
Rocketeer. I also have the same figure.
Yeah. There are 2 Rocketeer figures in this house. One is my daughter. My daughter can what
did you find? Tell them what you found. You found like a treasure trove of like vintage Rocketeer stuff.
You guys know Square Wave. He lives in Austin. Did I just dox him? He was like, he was like, hey, what's up? I guess got a Facebook message because I'm old. Facebook. He was like, I tried to send this via smoke signal and carrier pigeon, you old bastard, but Facebook. And he sent a message and was like, hey, got a bunch of Rocketeer stuff. Know you're a fan. Thought you might be interested. Picture. And I was like,
ding, ding, ding. It's really cool stuff.
It was crazy. It was a puzzle, which is now my daughter's. A bendy figure, which is now my daughter's. And...
Dude, that is the coolest
3D
part.
comic
That is the coolest thing.
with a tape read-along thing that is like probably worth like $30-$50.
Even the goggles look like the helmet.
I know.
That's so.
If I hadn't
the
opened it, it'd be
3D
worth money. But I had to open it and flipped it open. And like you go like, okay, 3D comic, but like pull it open and look at it. It's amazing. It's really truly amazing. The other thing about the Rocketeer, gosh darn it, why aren't we talking about Lost in Translation? The other thing about the Rocketeer,
I had a Rocketeer coloring book.
I definitely had the Rocketeer Pizza Hut cup. Where it was like yellow and had the Rocketeer helmet pop off.
That's awesome. Yeah. Oh wow. Oh, this is cool.
But put it on. Put it on, bro. Put these glasses on like they live. Sorry. No one in this chat is unaware of what was this. We are all hostages. We all know. One of the best superhero costumes of all time. Absolutely.
I think it's the best. Like, there's nothing that's ever going to be cooler than that outfit.
Because it's like they took...
With the leather double-breasted or whatever you call it jacket.
It's like they took Indiana Jones and put
helmet.
a rocket on it. It's great. Not this year.
Oh my god!
Right?
Why isn't this a thing?
I know! It is. I looked up... I tried to... but it is, but it kind of isn't. I showed...
This is fantastic.
I know, it's really great. It's really great.
This is really effective.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry you can't see it. I'm sorry. Maybe a Rocketeer costume Halloween. Your mom is awesome. What did she make it out of?
Oh my lord.
I made a Rocketeer helmet for my daughter out of cardboard. If I hum the Rocketeer theme, she'll say Rocketeer. She'll say that's the Rocketeer. I go, what's this? And she'll go Rocketeer. And she'll be like, am I indoctrinated yet, Dad? You are ruining my brain.
Your daughter's gonna be the coolest person.
Yep. Here's the other thing about the Rocketeer. I love...
This is blowing my mind.
Yeah,
it's the movie in comic book form, and the blimp scene at the end here is very impressive in 3D.
It's child abuse. It's child abuse not to introduce your child to the Rocketeer. I assume that's what you're saying. This comic is $5 on eBay. Oh, okay, good. Because I was afraid that he gave me something really valuable. Walk away and come back to what? He's looking at the Rocketeer 3D comic, which is truly amazing, and you should really get it. It really is. The other thing about the Rocketeer cast is that they could have cast anyone in Peavy's part. And they cast Alan Arkin, which is the best decision they could have made. Not the most obvious, but the best.
Yeah.
Hey, Cliffy, what are you gonna?
Yeah, he's fantastic.
Yeah. Make sure you don't.
I love the whole sequence where he's just slaving over the helmet, trying to figure it out. And
I love Alan Arkin so much.
And I love the big Brutus.
The Rocket.
What's his name?
That guy.
What's his name in the movie? It's not Brutus, is it?
I can't even remember. But you're talking about the enforcer guy who's like.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Rocket.
Yeah. Wasn't his makeup based off of a known character actor, villain guy from like the Silent Era?
Richard Kiel? Oh.
I don't
maybe.
know.
No, I don't know. Helmet was cardboard. A costume motorcycle helmet. The pack was 2.2. It was two balls in cardboard.
Yes. I made mine out of 2 Tinker Toy containers.
Yeah.
And then my dad drilled holes in the sides and put yarn through them to make the handles. And then we got Bluebell ice cream
That's a great thing.
containers, and then stuck little things on the end to make the helmets and cut little eyes out, and we put those on our heads, and we would just run around. What a great childhood memory that I completely forgot about.
I know. Let me tell you something. Well, we're still in Alan Arkin. I'm sorry. He wrote a song that we're all familiar with because he was in a band. He was a musician before he was an actor. And I really, really want to find it.
Oinga Boinga.
It's like
We got Dead
It's
Air.
the Banana Boat song. Sorry, because I wanted to say it was
Really?
it was Shake 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 Senora. But
Oh,
what-
he has like a famous song?
Yes.
Whoa.
Oh, it's Day. It is Deo. Is that possible?
Dale. He's out there, he's on there. Whoa, that is weird. That's a weird factoid.
Wait, hold on. No, what did he write? Hold on. He was in a calypso band. All right, I'm gonna stop this. He wrote something crazy. Is this guy a celebrity that plays movies beside you?
You talking about me?
I'm not sure.
Because the answer is yes.
Yes. Who's Sweet Child of Mine, true story. No, it was, but yes. Love of Good. Alan Arkin laying into him, and he's a classic Alan Arkin. Yes. He is a filmmaker. What do you mean?
And I'm also Bill Murray.
He's also Bill Murray.
No, I'm a filmmaker. I'm a low-tier filmmaker. And that's
Very
about
good
it.
filmmaker. He's also a very nice human being who has mostly really good film opinions.
We're going to need to go back to, what was the one you threw some acid on? Brick. Is it the dialogue? Is it the way they talk in the...
Let's talk about Lost in Translation, because I don't want to...
I hold no torch for Brick.
Okay.
I love Ryan Johnson,
I
but I love Ryan Johnson for Brothers Bloom and Looper and what else did he do?
The Last Jedi.
And Last Jedi.
That
Boom!
movie's awesome. The movie is awesome. Fortunately, he's a filmmaker who passed away. So I don't know this, but I don't know this in your absence. I don't know if you know this, but in your absence, I don't know why you would know this. I kept talking about how you were sick, and they're like, he died, and I was like, no, he's fine. And they're like, Rip
No,
Jeff.
I died.
He's poor Jeff, and like it went on for days, and they were like, Rip Jeff, and I was like, gosh darn it! And then like the camera, like the microphone would go off, and they'd be like, Rip microphone, Rip Jeff. And I'd be like, Jeff is fine. He's fine. He's fine. So it's like we can still hear his voice.
I was on my deathbed, though.
Famously resurrected after a long private battle with the flu. What are the chances of Bill Murray being a real zombie in Zombieland 2? And yeah. Bill Murray's basically a zombie in real life. If Madeline's here, she still has she has Bill Murray stories, or she's something. A lot of Bill Murray lives in her town and messes with people. On his deathbed, right before that very legitimate death. How do we know that's the real Jeff? Maybe it's a hologram like Tupac. Yep.
What if I just disappeared right now?
Yeah. Whatever. Wow.
Oh, no!
Yep.
So,
Let's talk about. So they go have these. They have these adventures. They have these interactions. This movie is one of those movies. I mean, you talk about film and narrative being about moments. I mean, this movie is just moments.
it's just a collection of moments.
It's just moments.
It's why it's
one
just
of the
like...
most.
Like, it's weird, but, like, one of my favorite scenes of the movie is her literally just walking around. She sees, she visits the temples, and she sees the wedding, and she's just kind of on her own. And it's just images and music, and her walking around observing things. And I just love that entire sequence. And it goes on for, like, 2.5 minutes. And I've rewatched just that sequence repeatedly. I just love the music that's playing there, and it's very... That's another thing that I got criticized. There's like, no one goes to temples. And I'm like, you know who goes to temples in Japan? Americans. Well, but I mean, it's true.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
like, it's a touristy thing to do.
Yeah.
And
The
then to
flower
have an
arrangement is
emotional
very
response to it, you know?
Yeah, that flower arrangement scene I liked a lot. It was very sweet. I mean, she just has some really nice. A lot of it is her just looking around, and she does that well. But she's got some really really great moments. And that flower arrangement scene is really nice. And she walks in and she's like, okay,
Yeah.
okay, and then she kind of is like, and she's sort of like whatever, and then she's kind of taken by it. She's disarmed by it. She you know, so many good songs in the soundtrack. Here, My Bloody Valentine. I'm not sure I like Lost in Translation. Character miserable and unappreciative of anything. Sure, that's fair, man. In a sense, it reminded me of the first time I walked around New York City. Yeah, and I think that's it. I like the nice chef of the flower arrangement. Yes, in the flower arrangement scene. Yes, that nice lady who's like, gives it to her. It's like, here you go. She's like, get in there. Quit moping around. Get in there. Really stick that flower. Okay. Yes, and I think it is very evocative of that. And that's something where I think, because Sofia Coppola
and I've not seen Marie Antoinette, and definitely to my discredit, I have not seen
The Beguiled.
The Beguiled, which I really want to see.
Me too.
But I want to watch the first one first.
Me too.
Okay.
That's why I've held off.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Next week.
No.
Okay. Right. Schedule.
We have a schedule.
Yes. Sorry, Sonny. It's all spoken for. Is there a time, place, you started with criticism of film's regional? Sure. There's absolutely a time and place. It is this place and this time.
Yeah.
But although hold on. 1 second. 1 second. Or say what you want and we'll respond to it. Says everybody that for you. Japanese lady knew she needed just to arrange some flowers. Yeah, it's very sweet. And but having said, I have not seen those movies of Sofia Coppola's, and I think I've seen most of the other ones. But like, she is a filmmaker, very much, who is about moments. I mean, every filmmaker.
This is the most I like when people talk about personal films. Mm-hmm. I don't think you can get much more personal than this movie.
I mean, and I think so. In many ways, and kind of to what speaking to what Madeline said, which is like this reminded me of the first time I walked around New York City. Yes, it reminds me of the feeling of walking around a place by myself and sort of being aware of myself in that place as someone who was walking around in that place, and being aware of myself doing that in the sense that it is something that I've seen in movies as well, and sort of having an awareness of that, and kind of being a little bit like charmed by myself as does this sound? Do you know what I mean? Like where you're just kind of like, oh, and I'm having a. Oh, I like that, and I'm also going to sit here and decide to take a moment to like that.
Yeah,
because it's an experience that I'm having,
and that's what you do.
And that is what you do.
That is exactly
what you do.
And
it feels just like that. And so, in a lot of ways, this movie, when it's on her, feels like a diary.
Yeah,
and it feels like a diary of a girl that age, or I mean, I think she's 17. It feels like that. It feels like
she's 24 in the movie.
She's 24 in the movie, but I mean, she's 24 in the movie. I don't need to do this. That's literally arithmetically 24. I feel like it feels like she has this line, which is a very good line, or which is very like Sofia Coppola is very incisive writer. She has these moments that she's written in, and I think a lot of it is embellished or whatever. But there are moments that I'm like, I feel like, and that's her, and that's real, and that's great. And she has this very self-aware thing where she's like, every girl has a photography phase,
right?
And it
stupid pictures of your feet.
Yeah, and I'm like, and I'm like, I did that, and like, but it feels like that character. It feels like we're following that character around. It feels like that character's diary. And in a way, it feels like I don't know. I think that's in it, and I think,
and it works as for her character. It's such a good thing for her character to be experiencing because it directly parallels what's going on in her life,
which
is this lost.
Yes.
Just not everything looks foreign. Her marriage looks foreign to her. Her husband looks foreign to her. Like she's trying to make sense of these things, and she's worried and nervous, and like everything's just slightly different. Everything's just not so in every aspect of her life.
Yeah, and when you're in a place like that, when you're in a place where you're lost, when you're in a place where you are not sure where you're going, but you feel like you have talents and intelligence and don't know where to put them, and are having trouble connecting, and you're in a place you've never been before, blah, 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 blah. I think that I certainly tend toward a little self-indulgence and kind of like sitting with my feelings and thinking about my feelings and kind of do whatever. And the movie, in some ways, to me, feels that way a little bit. Like it waits with her. It waits with, just she does all these things, and it cuts back to her, and she has this sort of like, which is entirely accurate, but at the same time, I'm aware of it. But
it's also a thing because
it's weird because I notice it, but it also kind of goes like also kind of go talking about it now. I go it was sort of like I was sort of seeing it, and I was kind of like I think she was probably 30 something when she made the film.
Yeah, probably.
Sofia Coppola.
Yeah.
And it felt like a Sofia Coppola choice. And as I'm talking about it, I'm kind of like maybe it's more her. Maybe it's more the character, because movies that she's made afterward, like not The Bling Ring. I mean, The Bling Ring's fine, but like it's the one with Stephen Dorff. You know what I'm talking about? Stephen Dorff, and he's an actor, and it's kind of very much the same thing. It's him going through.
Gosh,
it's a very similar film.
Oh,
it's very similar
hotel,
thematically. Yeah.
The hotel.
Yeah, and he's got a daughter, and I think it's like Dakota Fanning or
I forgot how many movies she's made.
Fanning.
I actually haven't seen a lot of her movies.
And I really liked that one. And that one felt a little more flowy and about moments, and in a less like structured way.
Mm-hmm.
But now that I'm saying that out loud, I go, well, it fits the character, who is this kind of like.
But what are you trying to get at by saying?
Well,
that?
I'm just saying that like
because when I got to go to South Korea.
Yeah.
Last fall.
Yeah.
And I did everything she did.
Absolutely.
I visited the temples.
Absolutely.
I did that. I was filming it, but then I would stop filming and I would do exactly what she did, not for any other reason than to be like, oh, wow, I've thought about seeing these things, and I've seen these things. Here's what it is. You see these things. It is like visiting, what Madeline said, like visiting New York City for the first time, because you see it. You see these things in media and imagery and video and film and and you hear about them in music and novels and all these things. And it's just an idea that you see in various ways, shapes, or form. And then you get there and you see it firsthand. And it has an effect.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
And the effect is I know these things rather well.
Yes.
And now but this is the first time I'm seeing them.
Yeah.
And that's a weird feeling.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think you get that with anything.
Yeah.
When you're so exposed to it all the time, but you've never actually experienced it in your life.
Yeah.
Like physically being at that location. And I think. So I guess maybe I was taking that with me into this watching of it.
Yeah.
But I think I took that the first time I saw it. I was just like, yeah, that's kind of what you do when you see something for the first time. You kind of do just do that little thing where you're just like, huh. And you do have a moment because you're like, I never thought I'd get to see something like that or something to that effect.
And I think, yes. And I guess what I was saying, hold on. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to say one more thing and then I'm going to catch up on chat. Because what I was responding to, and maybe I don't think I would say, what I was responding to is I felt like it is very much a movie about moments. We get movies about moments now that are more fluid, that are more like, I feel are more, like for instance, I can't remember that Stephen Dorff movie that's also Sofia Coppola. That one to me felt more, like less planned, less structured, and felt more organically like moving from moment to moment with this person.
Okay.
And kind of less
compared to Lost in, which is
not a little bit less. Yeah, more so than Lost in Translation, because Lost in Translation felt like that sort of movie, but with a bit more. I don't know, something about the lingering on her.
Are you saying you don't? I don't even know if. Are you saying you don't like that?
I'm saying it was something that I was kind of like, and I didn't know whether to attribute it.
But why? Why? What does that mean?
It felt it felt like moving past like I'm just letting this moment breathe, to like I'm lingering on this and I'm sort of a little in love with the idea of letting it linger. Does that make sense? Like a little indulgent and a little like
indulgent because it's not you're like, why are we focusing so much time on her staring at a robot? Like a little toy robot that's dancing?
No, like it's I mean it's just a sort of thing like this like the shot is great. It's just like the amount of time you let, you know how there's like you wait and this is too short and this is the right and then this is too long. Mm-hmm. And it's just a couple of them I was just like, I'm seeing this again. I've seen this before. I know that I know that thing where movies show you things that you've seen over and over and over, and to kind of establish a rhythm and give you and it felt a little different. It just, there was something, but I didn't know whether to attribute it to the fact that it was 2003 and that this movie very well inspired people to to do that same sort of thing in a more organic and free-flowing way, including Sofia Coppola herself.
But why are you saying that? Like, that's where I'm getting confused. Are you saying that it's not organic in this movie?
I think it is. I think I can feel it being
calculated,
crafted a little more. Yeah.
How so?
I don't know. Maybe there's just something about, and this is where I'm kind of turning the corner on it, though, because it's not in the scenes with Bill Murray. It's more so in the scenes with her, where it's just focusing on her, just kind of like whatever, and just kind of, and she's standing here, and there are these sort of like.
She's 24. She's lost,
and that's what it is.
It's the youth aspect of it.
And yes, and I feel like I was attributing.
She's curious. He's less so.
I agree, and I think that's where I'm kind of turning, because I was attributing it to the filmmaker, kind of choosing to make I guess part of it is that it's her. I know it's her, and she's like, this is how I idealized my experience. Like I was lost and whatever, but I was.
I don't even think
I was being soulful and whatever.
I think you could justifiably say what you're saying,
but I don't.
But I don't think her intent was that.
I don't think so.
I think her intent was more not even surface, but was this character is lost in her own life.
Right.
She's in a foreign city. That is, if there's a narrative, it's that.
Yes.
So let's visually explore that idea.
Yes, and I think, and again, now that I'm saying it out loud, I think that it's more, because it's not present in the Bill Murray scenes, I think that it's more the filmmaker commenting on the character.
I mean, yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? Like, as opposed to...
Because
for the filmmaker trying to recreate the experience she had in an idealized way. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't.
Does it make sense?
It doesn't.
No, I'm saying that's not what it is. That's what I'm saying. That's what I thought it was.
That sentence you just said.
Okay.
I don't understand it.
I think it's more her bringing out that aspect and that recognition of my having done that exact same thing, but kind of also being a little annoyed with myself for doing that, for being that self-conscious or self-aware, or kind of. Like,
you think she's critiquing herself through?
No, I think she is. I thought, but I don't know that I do anymore. I thought she was equally in love with the idea.
As a filmmaker or herself at the time?
Both. But I don't think that's the case anymore.
I've never been more confused.
Really? It's like if I was like, I remember a time I went on a college visit to Boston. And I walked around Boston.
Well, good for you.
This is all gone south. And I was like, I remember going to Boston and walking around and doing things by myself in Boston and going like, oh, cool. Oh, a hot dog. How quaint. There's a hot dog, but it's a hot dog stand in Boston. I'm going to buy a shirt and this is an experience. And if I went back and made a movie about that, and...
Are you saying she did it too lovingly?
Like indulgent of the character who is herself. Does that make sense? Self-indulgent. You know what I mean? Kind of going like...
Who's indulgent? Her as a filmmaker or her
as a filmmaker.
Or young Sophia?
I thought it was her as a filmmaker, but now I kind of think, as we're talking about it, that it is in fact...
the character itself.
That it is in fact a comment on the character herself itself, not even as a criticism, but just as an acknowledgement of that, which again, I absolutely have been there. I just don't necessarily want to watch. Like I feel a little bit of maybe that's what it is. I feel discomfort watching that aspect. I go, don't do that. I did that. You know what I mean? I don't like that part of myself. That's like,
I think that's really interesting to me.
Yeah.
Because I didn't get that at all.
Yeah.
So that's just...
you're not self-involved.
Well, but I think that's interesting because that is actually more of like, that's such a thing that you brought from your own experiences that you brought to this movie, which is what you're supposed to... I mean, that's what you do.
Yeah.
So that's actually...
So I think
quite fascinating.
I think it's...
I am never going to a new city with you.
Okay. Oh, gosh. Okay.
Sorry, guys. We had to chase that one down.
I'm not sure I like Leslie Jones. Miserable. Okay. In a sense. And that's what I'm saying is like the rest of it. Because I went through this movie kind of going, I think she really likes Charlotte. And is like, I think Sofia Coppola really likes Charlotte. And Charlotte is a total, like, I think
you're just wondering how earnest she was in those moments of like, is she critiquing this character by showing us these things, or is she indulging and like look how beautiful these moments are?
And these moments of like this kind of like this thing where she like sits up in the bed and just kind of like, it's just like, well, I'm just throwing on my cardigan and flip, but it's very graceful and she's pretty and the lighting is pretty and all this stuff. What? Come on, man.
I don't know. Like it's just really interesting to me because like I'm not getting any. I didn't get any of that from that.
Sure. Well, I guess what I'm saying is
I didn't take it as a look how wonderful,
look how cool she is,
and look how cool or look how thoughtful she is. Yeah. I took it as a curious woman walking around the city, exploring it, and just observe. I didn't put anything more on it because I don't think the character did.
No, and I
think the character is lost and honestly getting out of the hotel to get out of the hotel.
Yes,
experience. She's like, well, if I'm gonna go experience something, but I'm also just gonna stay busy.
Yeah.
And then she wanders around aimlessly, and then she goes to see monks, and she's like, I didn't even feel anything.
Yeah.
Like she doesn't know what she's doing.
And those parts, and I guess that's it. I love that scene so much that I didn't feel anything. That moment of honesty. And I guess it's hard to have because she doesn't have anyone to talk to. So it's hard to have those scenes. I loved that. And I loved seeing that part of the character and loved seeing something that I was like, oh my gosh, I feel for her. And I think that's it. I think until I sat down and you were like, I don't think she's a likable character. And other people were like, I don't think she's a likable character. I was like, yeah. I thought the movie thought she was a likable character, and she was being held up as like, look, this cool dream.
She's not unlikable.
She's not unlikable. She's just, and to be fair, I'm not.
But she has like. But this is why I like her.
Yeah.
And why I like both characters in the film is like, you guys are as flawed as I am.
Agreed.
And that's great. And I can get on board for that.
Yeah.
And the thing is like. Another thing about wandering around the city, there is something about wandering around the city alone.
Sure, absolutely.
Because like when I was in South Korea, I didn't get to do it alone.
Absolutely, yeah.
I was with like 2 or 3 other people at any given time, and it is a completely different experience because I had 4 hours where I got to go and do my own thing.
Yeah.
And you appreciate things in a completely different way, and you do have those moments where they do linger, and you do just look at things for maybe a little too long.
I agree.
Because you know this is the only time you can look at something that long at your own pace and at your own time and length without having to be like, this is too long, this is too weird. And sometimes you just find something that's a little more fascinating than maybe someone else would think it was. And you don't have to rush along. Yeah. You're like, I'm going to stare at this toy because I've never seen a toy like this.
Yeah.
And I'm in a weird marketplace, and I'm just going to look at it, and I'm going to appreciate it, and I'm going to think about it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, where did this come from? And then you like see him being made in the back, and you're just like, I had that experience where I saw a weird toy that was like 50 cents.
Yeah.
And I didn't even buy it. But I looked at it for like a solid 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Just because I was like, I was like, this is this entire market. There's like a whole city block of just toys that were just like this toy, you know, and there's variations of it. And I was just like, that's so cool and weird and odd to me and interesting because it's just a different way of life. But we have those things in America. Sure. You go into a fucking super mall or anything in America, you'd be like, why are you focusing on these things and why is everyone focusing all their advertising on and emphasizing these things? Why are these things so important in your culture? And I'm curious to see what Soy says about like all the regional portrayals and stuff like that, because that was the one thing that I didn't understand in the criticisms, just because I was like, well, this is a foreigner's version of experiencing a new country.
Sure. So
how can it be wrong?
Yeah.
If that's how you're presenting it, and nothing I felt like was condescending. Yeah. Maybe the late night TV show.
Yeah, but I mean that probably.
But that's the one. Frankly, I got one of the biggest laughs out of me. And not in a mocking way, but in I was like, oh, Bill, you're so uncomfortable. Yeah. But the other thing is like, their TV is wild. Yeah. And I was fascinated. I was introduced to K-pop, and I was like, oh my god, I think I love K-pop. This is because it's just so insane.
Yeah. And I agree. I think that it's funny. That part, I'm like, oh, well, you can get offended by other stuff. That's accurate. I think that probably is. I mean, I think he's probably a real. Talk. I don't know. Whatever.
That I would love to know that.
Yeah. So sorry to circle back and make this.
Look, you think she's some dumb, pretentious college kid?
No, there are movies. I feel like movies that score less on the honesty level for me, but that are not necessarily unenjoyable. Where the character often is a writer, and it's a thing where they're going around and they're just like everyone's doing crazy stuff in their world, and they're just like quietly going, okay, And they're like, and the intimation by the film and the filmmaker is like, this person's really deep, and they just haven't found anyone who understands it.
Mm-hmm.
And there were parts of this movie where I felt like it was setting her up as this character.
Okay.
But that is not.
I never got that.
As I think of it, because I just thought it was like we're doing that, and I was like, yeah, it's not working on me, which is fine. But okay. It just makes me like a little less, and it made me kind of go like, nah, that's not whatever. But coming to and hearing people go like, oh, I didn't like her, and I didn't think she's supposed to be likable. I didn't even consider that, and I was like, oh, but
likable, particularly like gifted or anything like that. I don't think that was ever.
Yeah, but thinking back on it, it's very clear she has people react to her that way. Like he's like, why are you being a dick about her, and like why are you being a dick about Anna Faris, and he's not an asshole.
Yeah,
and she's like, he thinks I'm stuck up, and Bill Murray goes, not all the time, or he's like sometimes you're not, and those are very clearly Sofia Coppola. Like it's interesting in her.
I think it's a woman looking back on her life.
Yeah,
and I've told you this. Like, I look back on my 20s.
Yeah.
and think, oh, I thought I had so much of it figured out, and I thought I really knew like the depth of like human emotion and relationships and the complexity of, and like I loved living and like just analyzing and exploring stuff like that, and I thought I knew that really well.
Yeah.
And then I got in a serious relationship where I was truly tested in terms of like, really put back and forth with, and then caring for another human being. And loving someone, it's hard, yeah. But it is.
I'm just joking. Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's both easy, but like relationships are hard and they require work.
Absolutely.
And that's where the love comes in, because you have to be willing to put in the work.
Totally.
And that's when I feel like over the past 3 years I've grown exponentially. Like I grew because I quit drinking when I was 25. So then I feel like I was emotionally stunted till then. So I felt like I had this 5 years where I just experienced a lot emotionally, and I grew, and I felt like I was like, oh my God, I'm just like absorbing all this stuff, and now I feel really smart.
Yeah.
And then I used all that, and then I'm in a relationship, and then
yeah, the whole thing.
Things got like you got nothing figured out, and now you're starting over. And I was really resistant to that at first, and then you start building it back up, and now you feel. I don't feel wise the way I did I thought I was wise in my 20s.
Yeah.
I just feel more experienced. I don't even call it wise. I just feel experienced.
Yeah.
And therefore, I'm not even going to say smarter, but I just feel like I was like, well, I've experienced more, so I know more of what I've experienced.
And I think the difference,
which is life.
I think the difference between smart and wise is like wisdom, as they say, is you don't know a lot.
Yes.
And that it can all change.
Yes,
and
exactly.
You go, okay, wisdom is that thing where you go, all right.
Yeah.
I don't know anything, and whatever I think I know is. Only goes so far.
Only so far, right? Yeah. And I think that's how she's approaching it.
I agree, and I think
she learned a lot, but she doesn't paint herself.
She doesn't.
I think it's actually this is where the brilliance of the writing comes in, because she's like, this is how I thought I was.
Yes.
So I'm not going to paint her too bad, because I didn't think I was that bad of a person. I thought he was being a little more distant or more focused on work and stuff, but she handles it so beautifully with all the interactions. And
yeah, I might. It would be interesting to watch this again now. I mean, as opposed to last night. But
I might go home and watch it again.
Yeah, it is interesting, and I'm glad. I'm always glad we do this, but I'm glad because I'm kind of like, oh, okay, because where I was not giving her enough credit for being like. I'm like, oh, okay, but you're kind of like...
You're painting a real glowy...
You're rose. You're kind of like, she's like... It's like I was kind of going like when she's like, oh, I'm stuck up. We're supposed to go, no, because I like you so much. Because we've seen these beautiful like soft focus shots of you or whatever. And it's like, no, man. Like, not only is she acknowledging that, she did a bang up job of evoking in me the memory of kind of having romanticized ideas of your own depth.
And I get the feeling of those, because I guarantee you what those evoked when she visits the temples and is exploring cities.
Yeah.
I don't think she indulges too much. I think she just paints a very, like, this is what that moment was like for me.
Totally.
I guarantee you she went to those temples by herself and and skipped across the pond and all that, and she did that, and I bet that was a really good day for her.
Absolutely.
And she was like, I want to conjure that memory of how I remember that and what I felt in that moment.
And I wonder,
and it's beautiful.
And I wonder how specific the things are. I wonder how, because it's odd. It's kind of odd for Scarlett Johansson to be like, I mean, depending on how specific it was, she was just like, okay, so I'm just taking me to the places you went to and having me do the things you did.
Yeah.
It's interesting. And one more thing, and then we'll read chat. I'm so sorry, chat. It's interesting too, and kind of like it makes me even a little, because watching this I was like, okay, it's just like the Rosencrantz and Guildenstern of her. It's not necessarily like an indirect conversation with it. They're not really commenting on each other's whatever. It's just like, this is what I was going through, and then this guy goes, this is what I realized about that time. You know what I mean? But to both of their credit, and it makes me a little sad that I'm like, oh, they're both really cool people, and I wish they were still together, because of the fact that in Lost in Translation, she doesn't paint him as a bad guy, and kind of is a little, self-aware about herself. The same thing in her. He doesn't paint her as the bad guy. I mean, you could say Rooney Mara comes off as a little severe in that scene, but I think it's totally
because we broke that down too.
Yeah, I don't think,
and it's the same thing where it's you could argue
know where she's coming from, and you definitely do.
You could argue Giovanni Ribisi in this movie is
totally
an asshole,
yeah,
but
I don't think
he is.
No, yeah.
I think he could be more focused. But he's also on a work trip,
man.
And you're seeing this portrait of him, and she's lost in her life, and they're at such different stages of where they're in their lives. Like, she doesn't know what she even wants to be, and he's in the burgeoning aspects of his career, and clearly doing well because they're like sending up like bottles of Cristal champagne or whatever, like really fancy champagne or blah blah blah, and it's just, and that's a thing.
Yeah.
Like, I've experienced something to that effect, and it's just like, that's a thing.
I gotta do this now.
Yeah.
So that later, but the danger is you just keep doing this now, and then you realize one day, I never didn't not do this.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see. Is anyone still here? Okay. Thanks, guys. Sorry, I really had to have some stuff out here. Is the time and space I was okay? It's like Japanese in the new scene. Yeah. So like Kikude or Vanessa Wong's reviews. Just gonna post some short quotes. Kikude, a musician specializing in the shakuhachi Japanese flute, wrote that she couldn't help wondering not only why I had watched a different movie, but whether the plaudits had come from a parallel universe of values. According to her, there was no scene where the Japanese are afforded a shred of dignity. The viewer is sledgehammered into laughing at these small yellow people in their funny ways. And I get, because I mean, in some ways,
I never took it that way.
There were times when I was watching the actors, like, particularly on the film set, where they were kind of going like, he's like, did it, like whatever, and saying the whatever it was, what's it called? I can't remember. Centauri, yeah,
it's Centauri time.
It's Centauri time, and he's just like, But
I read the translation of what he says in that scene.
Yeah,
it's wonderful direction.
That's great.
It's wonderful, like very like thoughtful direction that she butchered in the translation by saying more intensity.
Yeah.
And like that's just not what.
And I certainly do not think. I don't think the intention was to be like cartoonish or anything like that. But they were caught in the space where they wanted to sort of emphasize the character's experience.
Certainly.
Right? And also kind of be funny.
Exclusively.
Absolutely. And when he's going, no, and we don't understand what's going on, cuts to Bill Murray and he's going, sorry, man, I'm just reasonable.
Yeah.
Like, I understand that. And the thought that did occur to me was, I was like, I wonder how these Japanese actors feel, understanding the thrust of the scene and what, whatever. But I don't know. Like, I don't know. So I guess I get it.
I mean, I
get it, definitely.
It'd be like if you flipped it and it was, a Japanese actor doing the role, and it was Quentin Tarantino, but you're watching it as a Japanese person who only speaks Japanese.
Quentin Tarantino, my goodness.
That would be that would still play.
Yeah.
And I don't think...
I know.
You know what I mean?
Yes, of course it would. Absolutely, and I 100% agree with that. Yes, there's the
Like to me, it's situational. It's not.
I know.
I don't take that as as any statement or anything on the race of the person involved. It's the language barrier. It's just a language barrier,
yes.
and the which there are absolute comedic effects that happen when you don't speak.
Yes.
Like I loved when they went to the hospital and they're trying to get her just to go get an X-ray for her toe, and I just loved that they went up to the counter. He like wheels her up in the counter and they stand there and he's just, it's not even, it's a nothing scene in the sense that like he's just trying to tell them in Japanese, you need to fill out these forms and go over there. And Bill Murray's just, saying like, I don't know what you're saying. And then he makes like a quip to her, but not at the expense of him. He's just like,
I mean, Bill Murray's, in some ways, and also because he's tired of the whole situation, he's gonna be an asshole. I mean, he's like, how about it? Okay, cool. He's like, can you park that for me? Like, he's not talking to them as human beings sometimes. But they can't understand what he's saying. I guess
that scene in the sushi bar,
and
where like they're talking about her toe.
Yeah, and then the part where she's, like literally lip my stocking. Like she comes in and then she's like, oh, Mr. Whatever. Which like, if you told me, if I read something from Sofia Coppola and she was like, that was like taken verbatim from an experience that this person, I'm like, totally, I believe that, right? Mm-hmm. I think the difficulty comes, and I understand what you're saying, and I agree with it intellectually, artistically. Right. I also understand where someone from the Japanese culture goes, hey, there's a history of oppression in internment camps, and Japanese people being portrayed unfavorably in media. I can see where someone would be like, this in some ways reminds me of something that kind of teeters on that in some. What's
the responsibility of a film to address
I don't know.
All that?
And that's a huge conversation that I tend,
because I don't think it is the film's responsibility.
I tend to fall on the side always of like the filmmaker makes the film that is
she made the most personal thing she can make from her perspective.
Absolutely.
So.
And I think your responsibility as a writer director is to create the vision that's in your head.
Right.
Create the vision that comes from you, as wholly and integrally as you can.
Right.
The result is that people can respond to it in any way they want to.
Because like, does anybody throw these type of criticism at like Empire of the Sun?
I don't.
Which is another movie,
it's been a while since
Spielberg movie about, I think it's Christian Bale's first movie. He's like 9,
kid,
10, 12, who goes to an American internment camp run by the Japanese during World War II. Yeah. And it's the entire movie seen through his eyes, like exclusively through this child's eyes.
Seems like it.
And
they're the villains. And absolutely. I mean, like Indiana Jones and Nazis. I mean, no one's taken up for Nazis, but. I mean, the same thing they said about, Deer Hunter.
Right. Which that I could even understand way more so. It's just that with this one, I'm like, I don't see any intention of throwing anyone under the bus
because they do. I think there are. There are Japanese characters like her friends. Her friend, not Tony, Charlie Brown. Those friends that they hang out with are not. I don't think cartoonish in any way. Like they're just cool people who are
seem like cool dudes doing cool things to me.
His handlers are a little Hollywood handly and kind of kowtowing, but
here's the thing.
That's the character.
I've worked with people like that.
Yeah, totally. No. I'm not.
And that's how they are.
I'm not saying. Yeah, there's like, and like I'm saying, if you replace those characters specifically with an American cast, would be played the same way.
Right.
I agree with that. Japanese are portrayed as flat, hollow characters with no thoughts of their own, as if they're just there for the white people to laugh at. We don't laugh because we are confused or because we were embarrassed at our own sense of cultural misunderstanding. Laugh because all these Asian people are just so weird. All these stereotypes are true, but are purposely exploited for cheap jokes. The writer is saying that the stereotypes are true. So I think it's interesting. It's odd because the movie's called Lost in Translation. It's about aliens.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I get both sides. They nailed the feeling of when you're suddenly aware of how you feel about life due to a place instead of events kind of emerging. I think Kikude is the one that was watching a different... Rewatching the movie after all these years, I had similar thoughts. There are definite parts where it's easy to have someone take it almost mocking or cheap laughs at cultural differences. And I, like as I said, I was watching some of these actors and kind of going like, how do they feel about this? Because there are not...
That toe scene keeps sticking out to me. Like, that's one where because he literally, I think, he's talking to the sushi guy, and they're talking about her broken toe.
Oh,
and he's like, you could cut that off and serve it to you.
Yeah.
And he's like, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's Bill
So I
Murray
can understand
riffing, but that's the character. Sometimes, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, they left it in there. There's one point where he, like... Isn't there a point where he's like, la la? Or he imitates a Japanese person?
Does he?
I thought so. Maybe that was in a behind-the-scenes thing. Which...
Oh, no.
Well, but no, it's fine. There's some very interesting... There's like a 30-minute behind-the-scenes thing on the DVD.
Damn.
That
So
was really fascinating.
I thought
Part of it is shot by Spike Jonze.
I'm going to watch...
And it's like a beat by beat... Like, you kind of go like, oh, this is like a indie production.
Yeah. Oh, it was...
I know, but
like,
I mean,
it was like a crew of, like, I think 20, and
Yeah.
they shot it for $4 million.
They got kicked
whole
out of the
thing.
place,
Yeah,
like,
they were
yeah,
shooting it,
absolutely.
like, guerrilla style on the streets.
Totally, yeah, it's
It's
very
very cool,
interesting.
yeah.
Just wanted to let you know, this is the kind of stuff I listen to. This makes me want to start a podcast. It's really inspiring to start shopping for a microphone and start streaming.
Cool.
Absolutely, Tomo. That's fantastic. That was like about 30 minutes ago. I hope you're still here. Thank you so much, Tomo. Lots of love, man. I'm glad. Like Bill Murray is in the elevator towering over anyone. His shower scene. Those things I would say are just facts. Bill Murray's like 6'4". He gets in the shower. It's gonna be short. I mean, he's gonna tower. Those I'm like, that's not. I feel like that's totally
offensive. Then I'm gonna be like, I'm probably gonna do something offensive like that in a movie someday. Because like I just didn't take it that way.
No, and I don't think that like Bill Murray is a tall person. I don't know. And am I saying
the shower scene? Like,
did they not look at like? I'm sure. I'm not saying that they went like. Well, some Japanese people are 6'2", and I don't think they took an arithmetic mean of the heights of Japanese people to be whatever. But I think it's. I don't know. To me, Bill Murray's like 6'4". He's going to tower over a lot of people in Japan. I don't know. My family, or half my family's from Costa Rica. I grew there. I grew up there. People are shorter than American people on average. If it was shot in Costa Rica, it would be the same thing. That's one where I'm kind of like, I don't know. That one, but I mean, I don't know. I don't get to. Maybe my opinion doesn't matter that much on that since I'm not the affected party, so that's fine. That's just my thought. I think it kind of depends on whether I'm supposed to look at the protagonists like good or virtuous people. I think that's back when we was talking about. I think you're supposed to empathize with them with their loneliness and isolation.
Right.
Yes, but also I also think that they're not perfect people.
And the conflict, within themselves, and
Which they acknowledge in the filmmaker. South Korea is really cool and most homogenous population I've ever seen. Seeing the Hoover Dam and the Grand Canyon the first time was pretty epic. Yes. Yeah. I saw the Grand Canyon and like was unable to process and appreciate it.
Yeah.
I walked up and was like,
yeah.
It looks like a backdrop. I can't. Why can't I just? I can't. It's crazy.
Isn't that weird how that you? Sometimes I'm like, yeah.
And there are other times where I'm like, whoa.
I'll experience. Like I went to Colorado last year and I saw the Rockies like up close for the first time. Like I did some hiking and it was so overwhelming that I my brain was like, you're gonna have to process. You're gonna have to reflect on this later because right now you're not gonna have an emotional effect on it because it's too much.
Yeah. Somewhere. Lover forgets what it's like to be young. Yeah, man. I'm a baby boomer. They call me a baby boomer.
What?
I know. And I go,
Are you?
Do you? No! I would have to be 70 years old to be a baby boomer. And really what upsets me is not that they think I'm a baby boomer. Sorry. It's that I go like, do you not know what a baby boomer is? Confusing. Okay.
Sorry,
for screaming at you.
I didn't know what the age range for a baby. I knew that because baby boomers are post World War II, right?
Yeah, they're born right in the right. Yeah. Like born in 50.
You're how old?
Yeah,
my parents are baby boomers.
I just think you had a less than high opinion of this film. Is it so? I think it's okay and shot well, but like I don't empathize with the character's problems, and it is a bit racially awkward. Do you even know what you're saying at this point? I did at that point at 9:51.
Somebody Lobo lost his point. Did you see it anywhere on stream? It's like a Where's Waldo? I didn't. It was. We'll see in the.
We
comments.
got it.
We'll see in the comments. They go. He got it. Everything's. Man, sorry we doubted him. I feel the same way about this movie. So stories you can find in the bags under Bill's eyes. I think it'd be kind of good if it explored the lives of a few more of the people in the hotel or whatever. That would be I feel like it needs to be a different movie, which would be valid. Have you ever seen the movie? This conversation really makes me feel like the title explains a lot. She's lost in translation. There isn't really an arc to them. It's fine they're flawed, but they both still kind of are the same exact people by the end. Except that I think that their interaction has changed them.
Yeah.
I feel like he goes home renewed, and I think maybe has a better relationship with his family. And she...
I refuse to put a definite answer on it. Yeah. To me, it doesn't matter. Like, it's too... The fact that they don't say, we don't hear what he says to her at the end of the movie is...
That's what a genius piece.
Like,
perfect.
It could not have been... And that wasn't what it was supposed to be at first. It's just that he said his lines so low into her ear, I think on like the first take, that they immediately were just like, oh,
that's it.
That's
really.
So I'm very curious to know what he could have said, because how.
Well, they've found it, sort of.
Oh, really?
Do you want to know or do you not want to know? Because I know, and I wish.
It won't change because the movie is the movie,
yeah.
And that's what they went with. So that's always what it'll be. What did he say?
Well, so there are conflicting opinions, but hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Let's catch up. Vanessa Wong's short piece is a lot of really interesting commentary about this movie feels from an Asian American perspective. Totally. Although, but today I realize Inspector Gadget is a little RoboCop for kids. Fair point. Is that pre-Newsies? Yes.
Yeah, pre-Newsies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Way pre-Newsies.
If you can imagine that there was a pre-Newsies. Also, because life begins at... I've never seen Newsies. Also, this probably won't surprise you, but the Kingdom Hearts 3 cast is pretty insane. As per usual, Rutger Hauer is in it as the main villain. That's fantastic. I only just looked up who all was in it today. That's great. That kid dressed like a greaser playing the Guitar Hero type of game looked like a badass.
Oh, yeah, that dude was cool.
Bill Murray does a few Asian voices. Brack Toe, yeah. I'm still here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that toe scene, yeah.
Oh, that's great, Tomo. Yeah, that toe. Yeah. Fudge, I'm very tired. Yeah, sorry. I don't think it's offensive, but I can understand why Japanese might be scenes and think they're mocking. They're clearly framed for comedic effect. Definitely. Yeah. And I think they're...
No, I can't understand it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that was the intent.
I don't think so either.
That she's racist.
I also think that you might fall into a natural pitfall when you're making a movie about Lost in Translation.
Yeah, and also push it because it's funnier a little bit.
Yeah, for dramatic. I think you're right.
Maybe. I mean, not to it.
And I think that's going to be a natural thing that you're going to run into in life too. But it's an interesting debate, particularly for this movie in particular. I think it's a very interesting thing to analyze, but I can understand it. Yeah.
Bill is 6'1". He's only 6'1". Oh, okay. Well, he's always struck me as very tall. He seems tall. Like on Saturday Night, I guess he was standing next to like Gilda Radner, but like he's tall. He seems like a tall dude. Even in like Space Jam, where he's next to
Michael Jordan,
Bugs Bunny, but also Michael Jordan. It looks like a painting or something. It's specifically got particularly short Asian actors for. I mean, is that? If that's documented, okay. And on the other hand, I know how that sounds, but I think they were going for a more comedic image, and I think it's less like. To me, honestly,
it is an image that is played for laughs without question.
Absolutely, and probably
it's a hard cut into an elevator where and it sets.
Yeah.
But when you think in thematic context of a guy, how are you portraying a fish out of water experience? It's a very well done image.
1,000 words.
And it got a huge. I remember being in the theater and seeing it, and it got a nice little chuckle. And
what's funny is I was watching it. I didn't even key into that. I was just like, there he is, just sort of like feeling disaffected in the elevator. I didn't even go, oh, he's so much taller than everybody. It didn't even really. But
I did. But
here's the thing that I'll say. I genuinely believe. That shot is more about his being freakishly taller than everyone, as opposed to everyone being shorter than he is. Mm-hmm. He's the out of place one in that shot. Yeah. I don't think they're going, look how small Japanese people are. I think they're saying, look how out of place this man is. I
It's hard to, like, I guess that is it, yeah, because I just don't take any of these as cheap pot shots. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
People know baby boomers are. They're memeing on you. Poor boomer needs to catch up to chat. Oh, you go home real renewed after screwing the lounge singer. That's right. I forgot about that. That's not good. He goes home and only wears kimonos from now on. I want to know. I have to be leaving, but I won't let that come between us. Okay. So that is one theory, but what I think has been confirmed more so. So I saw that one as well, but
that's a great line if that's the line.
I like this one better, which is what I think
because
was confirmed. Someone said they actually increased the volume on the track and jacked it up, and it's something very much like, promise me that the very next thing you do is you go right up to that man and you tell him the truth. Which I like. And it makes me kind of go, and I also like it because it's still a little ambiguous. I'm kind of like,
I like that. I don't think that matches the way, because here's the thing. I like the idea that he goes home to his wife, but the way they look back at each other multiple times, and she gets teary-eyed at what he says, and they look back at each other very hopeful. He is smiling.
Yeah.
He is smiling.
Yeah, but
and smiling in a way of like, okay, I'm leaving now, but this isn't over type thing.
Oh, I don't think that at all.
That's how I took it.
That's interesting. I think he's smiling.
But I'm not saying that they get together. I'm not saying maybe that's not what it's supposed to be. Like maybe they'll learn that it's too pure of a thing. It's the only it's like it does. I'm not saying it's romantic, but I took it as what this experience was can't end here, and I want you to know that. So we'll.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's how I took it. It was whatever he said was there will be a continuation, because the way they look at each other after that says a lot.
But to me what it says is, to me when he turns around, to me his smile is, yes, that's what that's what I wanted. Because remember he leaves her and he's kind of like whatever, and then he sees her and he's like, oh my gosh, this is a miracle. He gets out, runs over and goes, yes, now I can go. This came to this sort of, to me it's a moment of, really literally, it's just, I love you. Mm-hmm. Not just that. It's just, I love you.
Oh, well, that could be it.
And it's just kind of like, that moment, whatever that was. And I
would love that.
And it's just like,
are you basing this off the cranked up dialogue? Because that line, if that's what it, like if they raise the audio up and that's what they heard, that it just doesn't seem like something his character would say, frankly.
Well, what do you think? What do you take from that line? Go tell that man. Go and find that man and tell him the truth. What is the truth? Because to me that's a little more ambiguous. Because to me the first thing that occurs to me is I go what truth? Like
I think it's too. I think I mean more. It's too poetic of a line to come from his character.
Okay,
but like, and it is ambiguous.
Because to me I go,
and it leaves it. It also, but also I'm just like, that's a cop out.
Really?
It's just like they tried really hard to find a really nice line of dialogue to say something but nothing simultaneously. Where at least with what was the other line? It was
it doesn't end here or whatever. Like
that at least there's some it's a little more definite, because I just feel like whatever he's gonna say in that moment, he's gonna be confirming that this isn't over. I guess that's my main takeaway. And that's all it ever needed to be for me. It didn't need to be a professional love. It didn't need to be, I want to be with you. I want to marry you. I want to be your much older boyfriend. I want to leave my wife. It was just, this experience isn't done.
And to me, that's interesting, because to me,
But maybe that's what I want it to be.
I think,
and that's why the ending is so cool, because it can be what you want it to be.
And I love not hearing it. The reason I love not hearing it is it's for them.
Yes.
It's not for us.
Absolutely.
It's for them. And I love that. And I've never seen that in a film before or since, really. And it's such a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
But what a thing.
Yeah.
Now, I think it's this. To me, it's not. This isn't over. To me, it's this can close because this was love and it was beautiful and it happened. Like, to me, it's like this is a thing, and we both. Yes. Was it romantic love? Who cares? Was it whatever? It was just affirming love.
That feels too romantic to me. Just considering the journey that they've been on, I think they finally realize it at the very end. But to say, this is love.
No, not like...
You know what I mean?
No, well, I don't think like literally the words.
No, but I'm just saying, like, even then...
I think it's like an acknowledgement of what they had and what they have, and who knows, and it doesn't need to be defined, and it just sits in that space where it exists. It's like we'll always have Paris. Mm-hmm. It's like we had this, and this can exist between two humans, and it's beautiful, and we don't need to define it, and it just is there, and now we take with us the memory of what that was, and we let it have the effect on us that it does, and we take that into our interactions and into our lives, and I don't know, maybe, who knows what happens. But
I think that's still too poetic.
Okay.
I think it's just don't you think it's he'd be more practical?
No, I don't think so. Because I think
based off everything he's done up to that moment when he gets out of that car.
Well, the thing is, he plays it very cool.
Even at the very end, he's just like, I was gonna get my jacket, but I guess, but you still I guess enjoy for stealing my jacket.
But that's the point. They both play it so cool the entire movie, particularly him. That I think that's the moment when they admit it. He hugs her and whispers into her ear something meaningful. She cries. Yeah. The look she gives him. My goodness.
I know. That's why this is actually
so great.
This is probably the first like straight pointless debate we've had, because it really doesn't matter.
It does.
And this is why it's almost futile, because it's never going to be enough, even if we agree on something that we're like that would be good. I'm like, it's not as good as not knowing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's worth noting that intention versus impact, we're talking about that, are very different things. It's like saying, I didn't mean to kick you in the face. It was an accident. If someone kicked me in the face, it's still going to be pissed. Personally, I disagree. Artistic license doesn't excuse one's responsibility, respectful representation, especially film media has the history it does with doing such a terrible job of that, coming from a guy who loves this movie. So I definitely agree.
Sure,
intention does not trump impact. I think that they are different things. I think that my going, I'm sorry, I created something that was like to the letter, and even if it wasn't, but I created something that came from me in the way that I did it. Yeah. And that is it. And that is the expression of what was in me.
Right.
Is valid. And I think someone going, something in that struck me because of my experience or my life and feels offensive or hurts me is 100% valid.
Yeah.
And I think both things have a right to happen. And I think I don't think that, and I'm not, I'm saying that the artist has a right to make the film. Honestly, I feel like the artist has the responsibility to make the purest, most honest art they can.
I agree.
I
fully agree with that.
Depending on what their intention is.
Well, I think you have the full right to be offended at it.
Absolutely, and I think that now my saying that the artist has that right does not mean that when someone connects with that artist and says that hurt me, that the artist
cannot show empathy.
Yeah, it doesn't mean the artist doesn't go, I'm very sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Let me tell you what my experience was of it was, and maybe you see where I'm coming from, or maybe I see where you're coming from, and we both learn from the experience, because that's what art is.
Yeah.
Maybe that sounds like a cop-out, but
it isn't, though, because that's what it is. It's like it should be the most highly personalized vision that an artist can make in any artistic medium, it should come from as deep within themselves and be as singular as you can. I think that's what every filmmaker or artist is trying to do. The good ones, I feel like, or the ones I like, and then I feel that out of that you're gonna get people who are like, well, I completely disagree with how you view that, and I think those people are correct in being able to feel that way.
Yeah.
And being able to voice that opinion.
Sure.
I think it gets dangerous when you start to say that you can't make stuff like highly personalized things. Sure. And I'm not talking about out and out, just crazy, offensive, blasphemous, hate speech or anything like that. I'm just talking of a singular experience like Lost in Translation, where it's from a very, very specific point of view. She clearly took experiences from her own life and moments from her own life and put them in there. And
I think the thing where it gets sensitive is often when things are used for comedy.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, because comedy often is exaggeration.
Right.
And where exaggeration meets the representation or the portrayal of a person, particularly if it's a person who's underrepresented and is not represented in other ways in the same film, it can get tricky. But I think that, like, this sounds callous, but I think the responsibility of the comedian artist is to do what they think is funny, what they truly think is funny. Now, that doesn't mean that people don't go, yeah, you think that's funny, but it turns out you're an asshole.
Yeah, right.
We're not going to go see your movies.
And that's what that is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where the risk comes into play. Yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is, like, I genuinely, but I genuinely think it's better for an artist to make something true, get a reaction from someone, and then they interact, and you learn maybe both people learn something from that experience.
And then you grow from that, yeah.
As opposed to going like, what is the best and funniest thing I can do? Making sure that I don't go outside of this box,
right.
that, whatever. Because then you just go, I made this. It's hard. Not that caring about people makes you make sterile stuff, but we're talking about extremes here.
But I mean, when you're talking about personalized filmmaking, like, you can't always tick off every single box without dumbing stuff down. You just can't.
Yeah. Yes. Agreed. Like, if you're accidentally X because you're just being honest, it doesn't really make much difference to me than if you're intentionally X just to piss people off. Sure. And that's fair. And people's feelings about that are absolutely valid. I've also just learned to create levels to the original Doom and might start shooting myself creating levels. Sweet. That sounds cool. The end result is the same whether you meant to or not. I agree. The end result for that person, absolutely. No, it's totally a gag about Japanese height. I disagree. I disagree. Because
I think it is.
You think it's about Japanese height?
I think the intent of it is it's a comedic visual gag that just, for me, further emphasizes the theme of immediately putting him in a space where it's like, you are not from here.
You are not here. You do not fit here.
That's why I don't take it as a degrading thing. I take it as it sets up a thematic intent for establishing the theme of the movie within the first couple of minutes and doing it quite well. And they got a not even a hard laugh, but it's like oh yeah, look at that type thing.
Yeah, I think the intent is I think the intended reaction of the audience is cut to that shot. The person goes, oh, he's way taller. Oh, right. Japanese people, I've been told, on average, are shorter than American people, and Bill Murray is tall. Right. He would tower above those people. He's out of place. That's what I think. To me, that is what the intention is.
It's just hard because it's like,
as opposed to, look how short Japanese people are. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. But you can. I mean, someone can easily make the argument to say otherwise.
No, it's totally good. As Coppola put it to her, that thing Bill whispers to Scarlett was never intended to be anything. I was going to figure out later what to say and add it in, and we never did. Great, I love it. I love that. That's perfect. She did, however, offer a bit more. It was between them. Just acknowledging that week meant something to both of them, and it affects them going back to their lives. That's what I said. I'm really smart. Never mind.
That is what you said.
But that's one person, and it doesn't matter. It's always like Bill's answer. That's between lovers, so I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
That's right. That's all it needs to be. Yeah.
What really happened in the Lost in Translation's final scene, according to Sofia Coppola. I agree with Laura. Feels like we'll always have Paris with a smile looking back, seeing that he's rejuvenated. Not that he's made 6 months down the line when they meet again. But I also can very easily imagine her being, her going back to her marriage, getting and like improving it, or going and meeting someone else or whatever, moving on with her life, and then like years down the line across the bar, she sees it and you just go, oh dang,
that's
cut to black.
Yeah, I never took it as when I say continuation. I never meant it like they go home and then they call each other and just continue. Like
You don't know how to avoid criticism? Write a character who's very flawed and make that character the in-universe writer of your story. Boom, people can't criticize you. Well, that's what I spent like 45 minutes doing. And then was like, but maybe not though. Nobody is saying you can't do whatever, just to consider the way it makes people feel. Absolutely. And to be receptive to hearing about other perspectives. And I think that's a great way to say that.
Yeah.
People are saying you can't do something. It's not enough to consider it. It just shouldn't be done. When you're going to open up your perspective honestly for art, you have to be ready to be challenged. Absolutely. On the embedded values from people who have a broader and more nuanced understanding of the culture, I think. Cool?
Absolutely.
I don't really agree with that. I don't know. Hey, Lobro, I'm at worky work right now. What are we talking about? Oh, a lot of stuff. Lost in translation. Cultural insensitivity versus...
artistic merit.
And artistic vision
intent.
And intent. There you go. Intent's good. What if you whispered something to the effect of, I will always remember you, implying you'll never see each other again? He had come to terms with that and was happy to share some memories, and she was sad because of reasons. Yes. People are saying, you can't. All I heard was just honest criticism regarding the work. We know it's a gag because she doubles down with the shower joke. But again, dude, like... I fully...
Oh, the shower thing?
Yeah,
I've been in a shower like that.
I don't think... Like, I don't think that's a... Again, there, like, that to me is a he's out of place here.
Yeah.
He doesn't fit. That's what the whole movie is about. He doesn't fit here. She doesn't fit here. There are two people who don't fit here, and they find each other because they're people who don't fit. And they bond about that. Years down the line, with Bill Murray is 7. Yeah. Also, I don't know if the re-impact part was skipped. I might have just missed Lobro's response. Oh. No, we talked about it for like 10 minutes. Right? Yeah, I agree that intent is different from impact. And I think that they are often independent, for better or for worse. I guess. Speaking of Bill Murray, when is the episode on Osmosis Jones? Is he in that? My point is what we were just saying, that I think the artist's responsibility is to the integrity of their vision, whether it be comedy. If they're trying to make something funny, make it as funny as you can. And if you're trying to make it personal, make it as personal as you can. If you're trying to whatever, make it as that much as you can. Your specifically re-impact Wong's focus feature. Starts out Wong's focus feature. Starts out with her experiences first watching the movie, which really stresses director intention doesn't change how Asian Americans will feel reflected. I agree. I first watched Lost in Translation in high school. I got 15 minutes and stopped because it made me feel so disgusted, like I was disgusting. That's awful. That's very awful.
Yeah, that's not great.
I was just thinking about Osmosis Jones this morning. Wow. I wonder if anyone else today in the world spoke that sentence. I was just thinking about Osmosis Jones this morning. Is that a Farrelly thing? To be clear. Oh, what is my reaction to that? Okay, 1 second. Sorry. Well, my reaction was that's awful. But hold on. Sorry. Movie beautiful animation combined with some of the worst and most unpleasant live action segments. There's live action in Osmo. Oh, right, because it's like a bot. It's like Inner Space, but weird. Inner Space is weird, but Chinese people are stereotypical short, so I don't know how you can see the elevator or shower scenes and not see the visual jokes in that context. But also, like, if you were saying that's a reality, I'm not saying they're not visual jokes.
That's absolutely what they are.
They're absolutely visual jokes. I'm not saying that the joke is, look how strange Japanese people are. I'm saying that the joke is, gosh, that would be frustrating, and look how out of place Bill Murray is.
Right.
That is, to my mind, 100% the joke. Vanessa Wong, the reviewer, I've quoted multiple times in chat. Wait, what?
Yeah, the above quote.
No, I know. Well, I don't. What's that? Okay. And I was thinking the animated cartoon spinoff Ozzy and Drix. Oh my gosh. Remember he's 6'3", and when he went to Japan, he could easily see his dad, who's 6'1", in a crowd because they were both head and shoulders taller than most everyone. Where else would you fit in Bill Murray and Osmosis Jones? CGI? Not everyone, but most. Oh, you're saying that phrase in response to stereotypes?
Wait,
go ahead.
Was Bill Murray really in Osmosis Jones, or
Like a voice? I thought you meant a voice.
I thought it was an animated movie.
Oh, it's Bill Murray's body maybe that they're dealing with.
Oh,
I think.
he's
It's like
a
Inner
sickly
Yeah.
person.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
If Osmosis Jones was literally all animation, no live action parts, it would have been so good. Yeah, the live action parts were so unsanitary. Ooh. Bill Murray wrestles an egg away from an animal to eat it. Osmosis Jones was in him. There you go. I don't think it's about them being strange, just different. To be clear, I don't have a problem with the stereotypes in the movie. I agree with Jeff that an artist doesn't necessarily have an obligation to be mindful and sensitive to those things when he's telling a story. In his body, yes. And his daughter is worried about his poor health. The egg. That's like weird.
I love this because we end up going.
Yeah.
Right, cultural sensitivity.
Osmosis Jones.
I'm trying to
It's
keep
great.
up.
I love it. It has live action parts. The movie takes place in Bill Murray's body, and live action parts are bad. Okay. Multiple scenes of Bill Murray just slopping on greasy ass food. Okay. I was like in Lost in Translation. I was like, and so they're doing American stereotypes. No. And one scene where he squirts a big pimple all over his daughter's teacher. Oh man.
I think that's why. Honestly, I remember this stuff. This is why I didn't.
Molly Shannon. Huh?
This is why I didn't watch that movie, because I think I saw the trailer and Bill Murray looked so disgusting in that. Because he's like, is he sick?
Yeah.
And he's like, kind of like he's just jaundice yellow.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I think that's why I avoided that one.
Okay, so we're caught up. So specifically, the reaction to Impact. Wong's views in his first watching the movie really stresses director intention doesn't change. Agreed. How Asian Americans may feel reacted, I would say. Yeah. I first watched Lost in Translation in high school. I got 15 minutes into stop here. So yeah, again, it's kind of the supersized me of cartoony movies. Yeah, I was wondering. It was like, is it like a health movie that's kind of like this is what you're supposed to be grossed out to like as to kind of like whip you into shape sort of thing. Like Valley movie is such beautiful animation. We have live action parts that are that unpleasant.
It is a Farley.
Unpleasant.
Is it a Farley Brothers movie?
It is Farley.
And did they do that movie that got nominated for all those Oscars last year?
Yes, or
Which
one of them
movie is it?
did.
What is
Peter
that called?
Farrelly
I
did.
didn't see it.
Peter or Bobby? Green.
Oh, just one of them directed it? It's not a
Green
Brothers
Book.
movie?
Green Book. Yeah.
And that's like a serious movie, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Peter Farrelly's going the.
Did they break
He's going
apart?
the Adam McKay / whatever. Who else did it?
Hitting those societal topics and
Well,
political
Adam
topics
McKay's like,
and
I can
going
do
bold.
something other than a comedy.
Yeah.
I want to be the serious director, which he can and he did. And
He can and he did.
I need to see Vice.
I know, me too.
Yeah.
He's like profoundly unhealthy. He's a central conflict. So you're saying they're not unpleasant because they're poorly made. You're saying they're well made and effective and meant to be unpleasant, and they are. Driving Miss Daisy Part 2. What? I don't know what that's in reference to. He's like profoundly unhealthy, which leads to the central conflict of like his infected body and white blood cells trying to protect him. Got it. Gotcha. But they're blue blood cells, right? Or what's Osmosis Jones? He's an amoeba? Why are we? Okay. Okay. I don't know if it's directed by the Farrellys, but they're definitely involved. Probably. Okay. My response to that is that yes, intent does not dictate impact. That's almost like the central rule of filmmaking, right? Like if your intent dictated your impact, there would never be an unsuccessful film.
Yeah.
Like there, every you hear filmmakers for bad movies going, well, we meant to do this, and you're going like, that's not what you did, man. It sucked, and it didn't, whatever. So absolutely,
I think that's that is the core struggle of always trying to
Of art in general.
Of art in general is trying to
I wrote
communicate
this
what
thing-
your intent was and doing it successfully.
Exactly.
like if anyone who's ever told a joke that fell flat, or told a joke that hurt someone's feelings, that's the issue there, right? You go, this will be great. I thought of this. Somewhere between here and here, or maybe not even between here and here, but just because different experience here makes this be received in a different way, and that sucks. I think the artist's responsibility is to create the thing, to bring into being his or her vision, bring into being their vision as integrally as possible. And that's that. People are absolutely wholly within their rights to respond in any way, and that artist ideally would be open to listening to those reactions.
But like,
and that's where the conversation happens. And I think that's a better system than, okay, I'm going to make something, make sure I don't cross any lines, and then within this area, I will make the truest thing that I can, whatever. And then other people not being offended by things, and then no conversation happening. Yeah. I honestly think it's a superior. I mean, it's I think that's more what we're here for, is to get into conflict and learn from each other. We're not here to get into conflict, but I think we're here to connect with other people and learn from each other, and thus come closer together, sometimes through conflict, on the other side of conflict, and increase love and increase unity. That's what I think.
Awful.
All right. Like you feel like you have bacon sweat all over you. He's a white blood cell, but he's blue. I'm sorry, but I just found Osmosis Jones fan fiction. Tee it up. Create it, hear criticisms, understand, and learn and grow as a person from the person they were when they made it. Well, I mean, but again, like in this, I don't know, in this hypothetical situation, I'm not assuming that there's not growth on both sides, or that one person needs to. I don't know. Instead of feeling like all the opinions that shaped their beliefs at the time were complete or well educated or filled in by a broad variety of experiences, but I would definitely agree that ideally the artist is open to reactions and potentially learning from them. Absolutely. But I would hope that all people in all interactions are open.
Yeah, that's what I would hope for. Yeah.
To learning from those interactions. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to I'm really not trying to be like, yes, but like it's cool to make fun of Japanese people. That's not at all what I'm saying.
No, and some of the art, some of these scenes being referenced, I completely understand what you're saying.
Yeah, basically just something nobody's all-knowing. Absolutely. And when an audience can point out empty holes in your knowledge, you accept and help them fill in those holes. And I would just say, yes, other people have different experiences from yours, and when they express those experiences to you, ideally you take them in and make them in some tangential way, or some whatever way possible, some part of your experience. So yeah, I think we're agreeing.
Hey, I agree with all this.
You doing all right?
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise you at all. Yeah. Has Sofia Coppola been argumentative on this issue or something? I don't know. I mean, to be fair, someone living in Japan knows more about Japanese culture than Sofia Coppola. Depends on the person living in Japan, but sure. So, like, different experiences doesn't complete the picture. I mean, I just think that's we're speaking generally, and I think different experiences just means different experiences. Just to not.
But I always took it as I just always took the intent of the movie for me.
Yeah.
Always was, and I think this is pretty clear, is it's told from two. I mean, it's called Lost in Translation. It's told from two Americans' perspectives.
Yeah.
And how they view that world.
Sure.
So it is a limited view of what that culture is supposed to be, and it is a foreign view.
And it is an exaggerated
view. It's in a surrealistic view, and it's supposed to have this hazy, dreamlike quality that she's conjured up through editing and music and things like that. But I think the intent is to make it seem somewhat otherworldly, because going to another country for the first time and experiencing it has that effect.
Sure.
And that's not a bad thing. That's just is what it is. Now, some of the arguments about if he really did say, if he said, bracto, or maybe the visual psychic, the shower thing, I've experienced that. That's just
sure.
And all these things are just further enforcing, except for that toe scene, just the thematic idea of fish out of water and blah 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 blah. But I can also understand why someone would say that, or could be offended by that as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think the characters definitely can have that limited view, but the storytelling doesn't need to have it in order to give the authentic experience of an outside American tourist. Sure, yeah. Too. Storytelling and world building. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, man.
I love the movie.
Yeah.
I love this movie.
It's a great movie.
But at the same time, I
Futura font,
can
which is
absolutely
nice.
receive and understand, what people might find offensive about it as well.
Totally. Yeah, and
on rewatches, I'll be very receptive to that.
Yeah, and I think
that's it. You make art, people respond to it. You take that feedback into moving into your next piece, and you apply it where applicable.
yeah. So, yep. All right. So Bill Murray doesn't wrestle an egg from an animal. 0 stars. Fair point.
Tell them what we're doing next week.
So, for the end of this,
to get into some really dicey filmmaking.
So and then eat it. He eats it. What kind of animal?
Now I just want to
Did we
watch
talk about
Osmosis
it?
Jones.
I kind of want to. The interview. Oh no, we're not doing that one. I thought you were talking about. I think there's another film called The Interview with Steve Buscemi and
What's The Interview?
Sienna Miller. The Interview is the James Franco, Seth Rogen, Kim Jong.
Oh,
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Hoyo! I think it was a monkey? Gotcha. He's a zookeeper in it. Wow. This sounds like an extension of Space Jam. Are you going to make us watch the where she bangs a student? I've never seen it. I've always wanted to see it.
Spilled the beans.
It's Gus Van Sant. Oh, I did. I was like,
oh, okay.
Yeah. So to close out, banging students and sleeping with lounge singers is this month's MO.
That's what it's all about.
That's Valentine's Day. So we unfortunately had to miss one filmography earlier. The next one is happening on Sunday. We're back on track.
Mm-hmm.
And we're back in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And the next one is indeed Gus Van Sant's To Die For, which I am excited for because I've always wanted to see.
And I saw it years ago, and I barely remember. I just remember really being like, never seen anything like that before.
Yeah,
and
1995.
it was the first time I was like, oh, she's like a fantastic actress. Because I think I'd only known her from like, I was 95, so I was younger, and I think I'd just seen her in like Days of Thunder, and like, she was just coming up. And
Is she in Days of Thunder?
Yeah, dude.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that where they met?
Far and away.
Oh, yeah.
But she might also be in Days of Thunder.
She is in Days of Thunder.
Yeah.
He has a whole race car scene where she's in Days of Thunder for sure.
Yeah. And she's in, what is it, Dead Calm?
I don't know that one.
I've seen images from. Well, makes it. Before she was famously Mrs. Cruz.
But yeah, she is.
Well,
So,
she's
I just
not that
remember her
in a
being
number of ways
amazing,
now.
and it's got young Joaquin Phoenix.
Is this the one? That's his breakout, I think.
I think it is.
I mean, that's when he was. Yeah, and like that, I'm excited.
I mean, not
for that.
counting Space Camp or is it Space Camp?
I don't know.
Do you know what Space Camp is? Hold on.
Is it the one with the monkey? I thought that was Matthew Broderick.
Hold on.
But maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, 2 more alt Valentine's Day films, right? Because tomorrow's freaking Valentine's Day. And we are doing Gus Van Sant's To Die For, which is crazy. I've seen a little bit of Gus Van Sant, not enough of Gus Van Sant. I want to see all of Gus Van Sant.
Yeah.
I've seen Milk, Elephant, Good Will Hunting, which is like...
Have you seen my own Private Idaho?
I've not seen my...
Oh my god, we gotta do it.
All right,
It's
we'll do
so
a Gus Van
good.
Sant filmography. So yeah, I'm kind of like... So I kind of like... They call him as a character in Batman Forever. Dr. Chase Meridian? Meridian?
Oh my god.
You want to see the Psycho remake? I do want to see the Psycho remake.
Oh, I would love... Oh,
love to do that.
we're gonna have to...
Yeah.
Okay.
But in a different... So cause part
Maybe
of
we
this...
should do that for next Halloween.
Psycho and Psycho? Yeah.
Or like any
just
type
Psycho.
Cape Fear, Psycho,
Oh,
Psycho, you know, like we could do some... We could do
dig
some...
that. The Fly.
The Fly.
We watched the old The Fly and then the new The Fly just to watch The Fly. And
Yeah.
The Thing.
Guys, we just hit on a new thing. Okay.
Where he gets blocked up in a Malaysian prison. No, the Psycho remake sucks. I mean, does it really? It's, well...
But I would just be curious, because it is literally a shot-for-shot, right?
It's
I mean, that's the intent
pretty
of it.
close.
Oh, it's not.
I think they've added a little bit. They added like a scene where he masturbates while watching her. But I think maybe
Why?
because you want to see Vince Vaughn.
Oh my God! I forgot it's Vince Vaughn.
He's like, hey, baby, I'm gonna whack it. Come on, what are you doing? Come on. That's not. Yeah, because you just really want to whack it because that's a good. I can't. This is the worst impression.
No.
Because you want to see him spoon. Spoot. Good night. Spoot.
That makes it sound like
What is it with you Zoomers?
nothing's coming out but air. It's just
Dust.
it's dusting. That picture's dusty.
Spoot. It's good. I'll give you that. That's evocative. Man.
When he's spying on her?
Yeah.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Just yeah. Yeah. Just when I thought that every combination of consonants and vowels had been thought of to be as disgusting as possible. Spoot. Happy Valentine's Day, folks. Yes. So we're gonna watch
Dusty Spoots.
Dusty Yeah, porn parody, there you go. So I gotta go make that. Yep, absolutely. Well, I'm Dusty Spoots. And I've been shooting blanks since 1843. So come on in. You ain't gonna get pregnant.
That sounds like a Coen Brothers comedy.
Yes.
Western comedy.
I should have said what I said. So here we go. So we're watching To Die For, and then we'll be watching Punch Drunk Love, which actually of the three is the like traditional romantic comedy.
Yeah.
But is not so much that. I love Punch Drunk Love. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Me too.
I love it.
What was your
Chairs falling flat. Yeah.
Well, I guess we should say it for the podcast. Yeah. Okay.
What's that? Oh,
I was just I remember vividly my first experience seeing it in a theater and how many people walked out of it.
really?
Like,
Man, people-
almost everyone
that's
did.
so.
And granted, it was almost all teenagers
Who came to see an Adam Sandler movie?
Who came to see an Adam Sandler
Darn
movie.
it.
And 20 minutes in, I think it was around when the car flips over,
Gosh, you know what he should have done?
everybody just like, it was like a mass exodus.
Every 15 minutes, you should have gone like "Hoobity-doo" and done like
Yeah.
a silly song for 2 seconds to keep people going. Oh, it is that.
Yeah.
It is that. And then
Yeah.
they just go at the end. They just go.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of it, did you see the post-credit sequence in Lost in Translation where it's like the Japanese girl that I believe Scarlett Johansson is like taking pictures with, and she's just like, it's just
What?
Yeah, it's like this 2-3 second clip of her going waves.
After the credits?
after the credits, and then Nick
With
Fury
who?
comes in and like recruits. Yeah, no. But
Wait,
it's
with
true.
who? What
No, it's.
girl?
So you remember the part? I think it's the part where they're in the apartment or whatever, and they're taking pictures of her, and she's going like this, and there's a Japanese girl next to her. That girl, I think it's the girl that she's sitting next to
From that scene?
from that scene. Like,
But I mean,
like in that scene.
But like, so when they cut back to the post credits, they're still in that scene, or is it like?
No, it's like just that girl. It's like it's almost like
It's not
almost-
Scarlett Johansson.
No, yeah, it's almost like it's not Super 8 footage, but it's that kind of feel, like where she's just kind of like it's being shot on a camcorder. Yeah, it's weird. Anyone know what I'm talking about?
She just wanted to start and end on random images that don't correlate.
What was that about? Did you say shut the fuck up? Did I? I hope not. Maybe. Wait. To you guys? Who did I say? Did I say that? Still have never watched Punch Drunk Love. Well, you will. Or, I mean, you might. Who knows? Punch Drunk Love, go for yourself. It's pretty good. Adam Sandler gets mad. He does. What about the Dirt Flash and Fight Club? So present that kind of subliminal messaging. I mean, bloop. Yep, there is one. Bloop. There's another one. Blah. Oh, that was a bad one. Yeah. A nice big. Here's another thing. I was like, cool, lost in translation. And then I was like, dang it. That means when we do, because here's another thing that's happening, guys. Here's another thing that's happening soon, and I'm excited about this. We're actually going to start turning filmography occasionally, or just like intermittently, at intervals, into an actual filmography analysis, where for certain months we're going to take a director and do 4 by that director, which I'm very excited about.
Me too.
And I was like, cool. And then I was like, oh wait, if we do Sofia Coppola, which we should, and I would love to, we've already done Lost in Translation, but that's okay because that just leaves 4 other films. We can do
Virgin
The Bling Ring,
Suicides.
Virgin Suicides, definitely.
I want to do The Beguiled.
The Beguiled. Marie Antoinette or
I think Marie Antoinette is a really good movie, and
very
I think
interesting movie. I've never seen it.
I think it's an interesting one. It'll be an interesting one to
'Cause,
discuss.
like, a little bit of an
There's
outlier.
a lot. Yeah, we could do a
Yeah.
whole month on her easy.
Yeah. Quick question: who's Phantom of the Opera is best? Phantom of the Opera film. Phantom of the Paradise. I've not seen any of them.
What's I've only seen. I saw like a silent film version.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
I've seen a little
It was
bit of
pretty
that.
cool, but that's the only one I've seen. Maybe maybe the Joel Schumacher version.
Oh yeah.
Joel Schumacher
was
is
Gerard
actually
Butler,
a really
wasn't
good
it?
filmmaker.
He totally is.
He's a fantastic
totally is.
filmmaker. He just did Batman and Robin. That's like
Curlyman, we have. I do have a YouTube. If you hit exclamation point, is not Holy Valentine's Day. Holy Valentine's Day ready? Yeah. Friend of Paradise is De Palma. We should do that. Gosh. And the wonderful thing about doing filmography is Tinkers are wonderful things. And the wonderful thing about doing a filmography of a director is we can always come back and do more. We can do part
Yeah.
2. We can do whatever we want.
Yeah.
Because no one cares.
Hey,
Oh.
I care.
I care. You'd better probably only watch this because Jessica Harper's in it. I don't know who that is. Who are these?
Imbalot cares.
I care.
Am I pronouncing that right? Imbalot.
I hope so.
Okay.
That's my YouTubes, and we do indeed. Actually, the only thing that I upload with any consistency is filmography. You can go and find a filmography list in a Suspiria.
Oh.
I've never seen anything by Dario.
Oh, that'd be a good.
Oh, double
feature.
bam! Horror remakes. Horror remakes.
Because I
would have to do like.
might hold the unpopular. I feel like a lot of people love the original Suspiria, and I went and saw it a couple
it's
months
like-
ago in the theater, and I was
It's
like,
a thing of it's its own thing.
it's its own thing, and I was not a huge fan of it, but then I saw the remake, and
Mario
I was
Bava,
like,
yeah.
oh, I loved the remake.
We should do Mario Bros. That's what I thought. Well, I said it first. Mario Bava and Mario Bava. Yeah, Mario Bava is zombie? No, not zombie. Mario Bava is. What's the big one? Black Sunday. Is that the big one? He didn't do. Oh, thanks, Curly. Thanks, man. He didn't do Cannibal Holocaust. Anyway, Black Sabbath. Okay.
I haven't seen it.
Maybe I just know his name. These are all the Giallo. Giallo. Are they like Giallo? They are.
What constitutes a giallo film?
So
Is it like in
like
lots of
pulpy,
like real
blood, red blood,
red blood?
gory, pulpy, red blood, pulpy, gory. Help me.
Is that it though?
Yeah.
Like there's
No,
no,
I mean-
like thematic rules or whatever.
It comes from yellow, which is like what is it, like the
Like what's a
yellow
spaghetti
polka?
western? Why is it a spaghetti western?
Because it's made in Italy by Italian people.
Okay.
So that's pretty racist.
I think it is, and yikes. I that's so it makes so much sense, and yet I never ever thought about it like
Yeah.
that, and
Yeah.
I'm like, oh yeah.
The yellow cover of Pulpy magazine. That's what I was going to say, honestly. That's what I was going to say. That it is, from the. Doesn't that make me sound smart? I'm going to say
I was
that.
gonna say that.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
say that.
I mean, I was gonna say that. So
But I really was. Doesn't that make me sound smart?
it does,
To reaffirm it?
dude. I think you are like so smart.
Thank you, dude. I think I'm wise. Yeah, look up.
Wise beyond your years.
Yeah, from the paper stock that was yellow because of the uncomfortable nudity. Like the actress is uncomfortable or actor.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's how nude scenes. Maybe not. I want to make a movie with a lot of nude scenes. That's it. I want to make a movie with a lot of nude scenes, but like very fourth wall breaking, like with a lot of female nudity. It's gonna get cut. This is where the clip is. They just go clip. Lobro said he wanted to make a movie with a lot of female nudity. Happy Valentine's Day, Mrs. Lobro. But I want to.
Have you seen what your husband's been
Thing
streaming?
on the internet. He's been talking about Jennifer Connelly. He's been talking about beyond his years. Kinda hard for a boomer, eh? Lobro runs today's. Those are my two least favorite comments of all time. Right next to each other. So like Patrick Stewart's. No, but I want to do it like a lot of like. Except for the front. That's retarded.
Oh, dude, you're a pig.
Everything. No, I want to do it with like over the top, excessive female nudity. I can't stop making that joke. I want to do it with like too much periodic female nudity. But in every scene
you developed a tick.
I know.
Just show me the blueprints.
Just stop.
You just can't stop saying
Show
it.
me the blueprint.
You just can't stop saying it.
I just
And
want,
you're
I just
starting to
want
look,
nudity.
you're starting to get worried. You're like looking at me like
nudity.
I want to see girls nude. I want nudity. I want nudity.
I want to do it. That's it. I want to do it. I want to make it, and then just have like exploitative nudity, but have the actress be, while she's doing it, be very uncomfortable and look right into the camera so that we feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And it's a lesson. But it sells like gangbusters.
And nobody wins.
Yeah. That was the punchline. That was the upshot of the whole thing. But I got too enamored of the like absurdity of continuing.
Yeah.
I just ruined it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one believes that was the punchline now. They just think I wanted to say nudie patooties, booty but fruities. Then I ride off on the grass. Lover begins to shake, his eyes wide, and he closes into Jeff's face with every word he's warming, like going the phrase in Midnight Breeze. Nudity, Jeff. Nudity. Nudity.
Just wakes me up in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Having these thoughts.
Nudity. How did you get in here? Nudity.
Where are your clothes?
Yeah. I felt like this would be a helpful visual aid. This is not helpful to anyone. Yep. Okay.
Oh boy.
Well, I think that was a successful something. Hey, Lost in Translation is a good film. Nudie Magazine Day. And
What if we just come on here for Punch Drunk? We talk about Billy Madison without telling anyone. We just talk about Billy Madison for 4 hours.
if we could somehow work it so that it sounded like we were talking about Bunch Drunk Love, but we were talking about Billy Madison, like their relationship.
I just be like, when he squeezes the chubby kid's face and says, "Stay here."
Stay here with Yeah, and I feel like their relationship is simplistic, but also very sweet.
Pissing your pants is cool.
Vaughn. Yeah, there you go. Happy Gilmore is your favorite. I understand that.
I think I just like Billy Madison more because that's the VHS I had in my house. That my brother had.
I remember watching Billy Madison and going, "This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen." And
Yeah.
didn't like it. And then went to school and everyone was talking about it and quoting it, and I was like, "Huh?" And then like went back home and watched it again and was like, "All right, I love it," because I was a poser.
Yeah.
Pfft. I don't even know who Kathleen Turner is. And Scissors, I don't like them. Does Wedding Singer count?
You know what my favorite?
Wedding Singer is like it's like another, yeah. It's a different. That's the beginning of his like sweet romantic comedy thing when he was like,
It's got what's her name in it? So
Drew Barrymore.
So it's a Drew Barrymore movie, which I like. I like Drew Barrymore. Never Been Kissed? Sign me up.
Yeah.
Boom. My favorite joke in Billy Madison is when he's like, it's something about like the shirt he's wearing. And he's like, no, this isn't my shirt. This is Frank's shirt. And then he just pulls it up, and it's written appropriately because he flips it up, so it was written upside down, but it works because he flips it up, and it just said, no, this is Frank's. He goes, see? And it just says Frank. And I don't know why, but even as a kid, I was like, that's pretty funny. That's so dumb.
I will try to rewatch Punch Drunk Love. All I remember about that movie was the piano and a lot of quite boring moments. It just felt sad when I turned it up. That's Punch Drunk Love, but I love it. Yeah.
We're going to talk about it.
Does Wedding Singer count? That feels slightly more serious than the movie. Yeah, very stupid. Yeah. But they're great stupid. I think I just like Norm Macdonald in that movie. Just because, like, he's just because I like Norm Macdonald. He's like, hey, Billy, what are you going to do? I don't know. You want some beer? I don't know. It's just that's.
I think
Norm Macdonald's great.
I think he's like a legitimate genius.
I agree.
I think
Have you seen
he's an
Dirty Work?
actual genius.
Yeah.
I love Dirty Work.
I love Dirty Work so much.
I love Dirty
Dirty
Work.
Work so much. Oh man, I'm so glad to hear you say that.
I love when they're just holding the fish.
That's another.
And then like, the chainsaw sound. And they just hold it for like 3 minutes.
They're going, and he just goes.
And Artie Lang's fantastic in it.
So great.
Yeah.
And he goes, and I love it because he's like, and he goes like, oh no, you're taking it away from, and now you're killing me with that chainsaw. So great. They just go.
I got my nose bit out. Yeah, oh yeah, Chris Farley's in it. Yeah, he's so
Artie
good.
Lang's nose. Oh, I saw a picture of it. I thought it was fake.
No, it collapsed because of that cocaine.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sad.
That dude loves drugs.
Oh, that's so sad.
Sometimes anytime I see him when he's sober, he just seems like the sweetest dude.
I bet he is.
Like, I mean, he's raunchy as hell, but like he just seems like he has a big old heart. Yeah. And then I'm like, but you got some demons, boy. Man. He wrote a good book. I read it.
Did he?
Mm-hmm. It's just all about his life up to...
You read a book? Like a whole book? I'm not... No. Hold on. That's not a take on you. That's a take on me. I haven't read a book in a long time.
I want you to rewind this
I like books.
I want you to analyze how you talk to me, okay?
I was being impressed. I wasn't impressed from my perspective.
I read books!
I know you read books.
Sure, they're just written by Artie Lang, but whatever!
I meant, wow. I didn't know people read books anymore.
It's not even that thick. It's like a thin. I mean, it's a book written by Artie Lang.
Yeah. Last book I
read. It's a
read.
memoir, and it's like, it's like this big.
I just, last book I read wasn't big. It was The Apologetics I played on.
Wow.
The Apologies. I said The Apologetics, which makes it sound like a band. I'm an idiot. No, what was the last thing I read? Probably like a book on the history of Saturday Night Live. It was like a Easy Riders Raging Bulls.
I'm finishing it.
Live.
Oh,
it's fantastic.
The SNL. What's it called? I've read that twice.
Live from New York.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Oh, it's
I love it.
Awesome.
Man.
It's one of my favorite books.
A lot of high fives.
Yeah.
A lot of high fives. Good stuff. You listen to books. Yeah. Personas take people over.
I listen to books too. I'm finishing up Devil in the White City.
I have that.
It's great.
It's
not. Yeah. I thought it was going to be more true crime.
Isn't Scorsese doing it?
So, I didn't know that. Yeah. It's not true crime in the sense that I really thought it was going to be about H.H. Holmes. And he's very much a part of it, but it's really about the World's Fair, and it's fascinating.
Yeah,
when I found out Scorsese was in it, so I was like, perfect. it's like Aviator Scorsese all over it. But apparently, they just announced yesterday, as I'm finishing it, and I was like, oh, how appropriate. They just pinned a deal with Hulu, and it's no longer a movie. It's going to be a miniseries.
Oh, that makes sense, but I want a movie.
I think it's going to be Boardwalk Empire style, and I'm into that.
Yeah, no, that works. I've never seen Boardwalk Empire, but I want to, and I really want to see it because of Michael Shannon and Martin Scorsese. Here's another thing. Danny Boyle's next movie. Have you seen the trailer?
No.
Oh.
What is it? What's it called?
It's something that it surprised me that it's Danny Boyle, but I'll see it because it's Danny Boyle.
Then it's Danny Boyle.
It's also a good... Well,
anytime
that's
it's
true.
Danny Boyle,
it's a good point.
Like,
that's a good point. That's a good point. He's making... And it's a movie... It's one of those things where the premise is like, yeah, I thought of that, and then never... Yeah. Where it's like... What?
You're like, you took my movie.
Yeah. Come on, Danny Boyle. Like Danny Boyle's gonna do it justice. Character in Boardwalk is bonkers. Yeah. Danny Boyle is doing a film called Yesterday.
Oh, that's him?
Yes.
Whoa.
I know.
I just read the premise and I was like, interesting.
Yeah.
Now knowing it's him, very interesting.
Yeah. I don't know.
I haven't seen the trailer though.
The trailer is cut to look not like a Danny Boyle movie. It's cut to look like a...
Makes sense.
Peppy, yeah.
They're going for that Beatles.
Definitely.
Beatles people.
And it's supposed to and it's...
It's Danny Boyle.
It feels...
He's never made anything... Even
uninteresting,
even something I would consider a misfire is always something worth watching.
Absolutely.
More than once.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. His last one was Steve Jobs, and I love that movie. I adore it.
Yeah, you keep talking about it.
I know. Well, you keep talking about all the books you read, so that's fine. I'm tired.
I'm trying to think of another book I read.
One time I read Jurassic Park.
I did read Jurassic Park.
No, I didn't. I'm the one person who didn't.
I read. I think we've talked about it. I read a lot of Tom Clancy books growing
up. And I turned my nose way up at that.
And then I went,
You
you read a
did.
book?
You did.
Because I don't read books,
You
but I
don't
won't
think-
read Tom Clancy.
I'm getting guff from the guy
You just-
who's pushing Batman novelizations.
Oh man. Yeah, I think I picked up a little bit of Jurassic Park and started reading it. It was like,
You're like, where's the song? Where's that song that goes da 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 da?
give me 3.5 pages of na 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 na. Next paragraph. Na na na. I really hope Ringo and Paul get a cameo. Yeah.
Not enough Newman.
Oh. I was like,
Newman!
Paul Newman, Randy Newman. Yeah.
I've been watching
Seinfeld?
Seinfeld.
How do you have time to do any of this?
I just pick and choose. I always I'll go through stages where I'm like, okay, because I've got shows I'm like actively trying to get through, like Sopranos, and that's one thing. But then I have my comfort shows that I'll cycle through, and it's usually Office, Seinfeld, Frasier, which I honestly I'm in Frasier now.
Nice.
But I just got out of Seinfeld, and it's just Seinfeld's so fantastic.
Are you still watching Simpsons?
No.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you don't like it?
No, I love it.
Okay, good.
I got through
Totally.
an entire season's worth.
Yeah.
So lay off me.
Yeah.
And took a break. It's called cycles for a reason. I'll cycle back to it.
All right. Okay. I just thought that.
Give me my Spider-Man disc.
No, it wasn't.
No, I want to keep it. Don't make me give it back.
No, do keep it.
I'm gonna.
Okay. Great. This is great.
Good. Should I throw a knife down? What's happening here?
All right. No, I thought that face was like, oh no, I have to tell you that I stopped liking The Simpsons because I saw that episode and I was kind of, I don't know what I was gonna do.
It's a thing where because I started watching Sopranos, that's when I stopped because I have to pay attention when I watch The Simpsons. To really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Because it's the first time I'm watching them through and I'm like, oh, this is they are doing visual things that are so quick that are whole movie references that I never contemplated before. And so I can't watch it because I've just seen Frasier and Seinfeld all 11 seasons of both a million times, so I can just turn it on and not pay attention. But
Frasier's about 1 billion times better than Cheers.
Yup.
It's hard to disagree with that.
Yup.
I mean, there are different times and they have different, but yeah, Frasier.
I got 3 seasons.
Great.
I gave Cheers 3 seasons because I was such a huge fan of Frasier. I gave it 3 seasons, and I was like, I just don't think I like this show. Yeah. And I don't know if it's a show that got popular like season 5 or something, but it's not bad. I watched 3 seasons of it, but it doesn't have the I'm ready to pop on Cheers.
Yeah. Jeff Goldblum doesn't star in the book of Jurassic Park. Yes. I was looking at Valentine's Day movies and I snapped back into reality. Whoops, there goes gravity. When I heard Frasier, understood. Kill Bill every V-Day, 10 out of 10 recommend. Yeah. There are a couple other ones that popped into my head immediately. I was like, dang it, I want to watch those. Dang it. But yeah. But we're going to do To Die For, and we're going to do Punch Drunk Love. And that is what
Kill
we're
Bill
going
would be. That's a great outside the box. That's good, Madeline.
Bang, bang, shot me down. Bang, bang. Yeah, but
man,
then you gotta watch Kill Bill. What's that?
I think that has the most. I mean, he literally devotes a whole scene to Uma Thurman's feet, and it's good. It's a good scene.
I don't remember a single thing about either of those movies.
Interesting. I much prefer the second one, Volume 2.
Yeah.
I would love to see. I heard been years where there's going to be an ultimate cut or ultimate volume.
Both of them together or something?
Yeah, which is how he wanted it to be initially. And I think that would be even more amazing.
It's the Batman versus Dracula every year for Halloween. Well, that's nice. Oh, for Halloween. I was like, for Valentine's Day. Well, cool. Yeah, dude, he's a big old perv. Wait, who?
Oh. Himself as a footman.
Huh. Well, that's good.
I like what I like, right?
They're strong. They give you a good base.
Yeah.
Feet are good.
Like a wide foot.
You don't like feet?
Mike said he knew he liked me when he asked me what your plans for V-Day were, and you just said Kill Bill.
Yeah.
And then you came over and you were murdering.
And then there was a Bill standing right next to your ex.
There you go.
And you just pulled out a gun.
And you go, check. Never mind. Don't need to do it anymore. And he goes, yeah, I like
Take me
your
out to
style,
dinner.
lady. You are dangerous. Where she steps on an eyeball with her bare feet. Yeah. And that accident with William. Oh.
Boom.
Well, guys, it's 11:23 p.m.
That was a full episode.
Yeah, exactly. There was a lot of red that V-Day. Ah, gotcha. That was a full episode. You killed Bill Murray. Ah, it all comes back around.
He shut me down.
Bang, bang. All right, man. Elusive Moose. I don't know why I just thought of Steven. Steven? Slevin? Like lucky number Slevin? I've never seen that. Scription. Thank you for the subscription. Subscription. Thank you, dude. Elusive Moose, thank you for those 7 months of unbelievable support. Remember to like, subscribe, post on my Instagram. I don't know. Yeah. Feel so lucky. Lucky number Steven. Lucky number Steven. Yes. Yes, so lucky. Yes! Well, good. Because it's 7. Got it. All right, guys. I think that's going to do it.
Sunday.
That's going to do it. Yeah, Sunday. So we'll be back soon. We'll be
not even like just a couple of days.
Yeah, don't hold your breath. Well, hold your breath. No, don't hold your breath. But like, it'll be. Hey, we'll be back Sunday, and you should watch To Die For, because it's supposed to be good. I haven't seen it. Sorry if it's not. If it's not good, blame Gus.
I'll
Van
take
Sant.
full blame. I don't care.
Try to hold my breath. Don't hold your breath. Don't hold your breath. Don't hold your breath. Loosen Moose. Don't hold your breath. Don't. All right, we can do that. I'm gonna see this dude off, and then I'm gonna probably cut the stream, and then I might do something. Might do something a little later in Discord. Watch Discord. We might be doing something cool. No, don't. Sorry, don't hold your breath. Hey, Scorp. Yeah, sorry, we just got finished talking, but we'll upload it and we'll talk. And we might do a little something. Check Discord. If I'll try to send a message depending on it's 11. We'll see. I got a thing tomorrow, but not till 3. Oh, the thing I got tomorrow is Lobro Souls, and then I got 3. Yeah, what's that?
This is a keychain.
From The Shining.
Yeah.
It's from The Shining.
Room 237.
Oh my goodness! Come and play with us since 19.
It's the Overlook Hotel. No big deal.
That's very
it's
cool.
Just a keychain that I have on my keys for my car.
That's cool. It's weird that it says "come and play with us" because that doesn't work outside of the.
Well, how are you supposed to know what movie it's from?
I mean, like just the Overlook Hotel, because like everyone knows it.
Look, it was a gift.
It's a really cool gift.
So.
Was it from your lady?
My lady's mother. So.
Oh, that's really cool.
Now you should feel really bad about yourself.
No, I don't feel
because it is a great gift.
Look, man, intent is not the same as. I think. Sorry, that's a really cool gift.
Yeah, I know. That's why I just showed it to you.
It's a really cool gift.
You ragged on it.
I didn't rag on it. I did. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Sorry. Summarize your thoughts in one sentence. Oh, in one sentence of how you feel about this movie.
Of this movie?
Yeah. How do you feel about this movie?
I think it's a top 10 for me.
All right.
It really wrecks me every single time.
I really, really like it a lot, and I think the ending is one of the all-time classic endings.
Yeah. That ending gets me every single time. I just love it.
Yowza bowza. All right, guys, I'm going to say good night, and I'm telling you, I may be in Discord with a little something. So we'll I also like the butt. Well then, yeah, you're in the right place, man. All right, guys, thank you so much. Truly, 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 as always, thank you so much. We'll be back on Sunday for more of this. And I think I can make Lobro Souls. I gotta be somewhere at 3, so I'd probably have to leave at like 1 or 2. Man, I think I'll make Lobro Souls maybe. I haven't told my brother that yet, so he may have planned to play through. All right,
Regardless, I'll see you Friday? Eternal Ring. Oh, is he still speedrunning that? Nice. All right, guys, thank you so much. As always, thank you. I love doing this. I love doing this with you, with him. It's great. I love talking with people about movies. And thank you for letting that happen and letting that be a thing that I do in my life. Gross? Cool. Oh, did I say I said I love doing it with yeah. See you guys. Yeah. This is the best sign off of all time, isn't it? Alrighty. Well, I will see you when I see you. And that was supposed to help smooth over the ending. There we go. Now I feel like I'm in Lost in Translation. All right. Whatever. See you guys. Keep an eye out on Discord. I may send a message. Super secret message. Don't get too excited. Do what you like. Do I have a goodbye screen? I don't think I have a goodbye screen. All right, bye. Love you guys. I'll see you later.